Now,
Okay. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Because this is a remote meeting, I'll ask Ms. Parvix to please call the roll.
thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins, Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Polanco Garcia,
Present.
Ms. Torres,
Here.
Mr. Tran,
Here.
Ms. Garrett, Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
Yes, we have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion for the school committee to adjourn for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Boston School Police Patrols Association, the Boston School Police Superior Officers Federation, Planning and Engineering SEIU Local 888, Plant Administrators Association SEIU Local 888, and AFSCME AFL-CIO Council 93 Local 2814A Storekeepers. The committee will return to public session. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Parvix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Ms. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett, and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
We have adjourned.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask my fellow members, the superintendent and pertinent staff to log off from this public session and join the executive session using the Zoom link sent out by Ms. Parvix. We'll see you in a moment.
Hi, Vice Chair Scarrett. They just went over to the executive session.
Did we all make it?
Not quite.
Transported?
Oh, yeah, we're all here. Where's Lena?
I'm here.
Okay, we're all here.
Okay, just a second. Code. Start. We can start.
Okay, good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. The committee just came back from the executive session where we received an update on the tentative agreements with the Boston School Police Patrolmen's Association, the Boston School Police Superior Officers Federation, Planning and Engineering, SEIU Local 888, Plant Administrators Association, SEIU Local 888, and AFSCME, AFL-CIO, Council 93, Local 2814A, Scorekeeper. These agreements will be presented and voted on at tonight's meeting. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom, and the recording will be posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's website, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the July 8 meeting link. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to offer live, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cape Verdean, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The Zoom interpretation feature has been activated. Zoom participants should click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I want to remind everyone to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. We will begin with the approval of minutes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the June 10th, 2026 school committee meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The minutes are approved.
thank you. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and welcome everybody. So first, before we get into tonight's agenda, I just want to update the committee and the public on the current state of the BPS staff reductions. I know there's been a lot of conversation about this in the media and so forth. First off, Boston Public Schools is taking thoughtful steps to align our staffing with enrollment and operational needs while minimizing impacts on our students. To match the enrollment decline of approximately 3,000 students over the past 2 years, this past school year, and then the projection for next year, we anticipate the reduction of about 568 central and school-based positions, the majority of which are connected to the approved school closures and classroom consolidations, and we'll discuss those later tonight at our update for the long-term facilities plan. This adjustment maintains a consistent 10-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio from the 2025 to 2026 school year into next year. And it also follows a new funding formula that ensures every school has the academic programming and enrichment opportunities that our students and families deserve. Our teams are prepared to support every educator who is impacted and identify vacancies within the district that could be a good match. And that's been going on since the budget was approved, frankly, and staffing patterns were set. So for permanent BTU educators whose positions were eliminated, BPS is required to place them and reassign them into comparable positions. And that work's well underway on a normal timeline, and that process happens every year within the BPS. So for members of the BTU teachers unit, there were 374 permanent or tenured BTU educators who were without permanent positions at the start of the hiring season. As of today, there only are 52 remaining who will be hired or assigned into permanent positions within BPS by the start of the school year. So we started out with 374 and we are down to 52, and those 52 will be placed into positions for the start of the school year. Additionally, for members of the BTU paraprofessional unit, there were 205 paraprofessionals with seniority who were without positions at the start of the hiring season. As of today, all 205 have been hired or assigned to positions for the 26-27 school year. And there's been a small number of normal resignations and retirements, but anybody that was in a position, had seniority, needed a position for the school year, has been assigned. I'll continue to update at the next school committee meeting as these numbers continue to go down even further, particularly as the permanent BTU educators get placed. But this is just reassurance to the committee that, as we indicated last spring, we are committed and are making sure that every educator that we owed a position to from seniority standpoint will have that position or has already been assigned. I did want to talk a little bit about summer programming. So this week we officially kicked off the fifth quarter summer and beyond programming, began yesterday. And we started the extended school year, or what we call ESY, which is our programming for students with disabilities. In partnership with Boston After School and Beyond and our expanded learning opportunities department, BPS started summer programming yesterday, and it'll run through Friday, August 7th. So far, we have about 5,007 students who are enrolled in fifth quarter. We have a total capacity of 5,883. So there's still seats remaining for interested families. The registration will remain open. Sometimes families see programs that are open they're not necessarily interested in, and they remain on wait lists for the program they wanted. We continue to outreach to those families and let them know which programs actually have those empty seats. So our hope is throughout the summer, we continue to enroll. Again, the best way to do that is to go, contact through our website. We also have helpline support. We provide in-person registration help at the Roxbury Welcome Center, at Bowling on Mondays and Wednesdays, and that will be July 13th and 15th. So there's just lots of opportunities for families to get more information if they haven't found that program yet that they want their young person to go to. We're certainly here and available. We will also continue to direct families to Avella, which is our platform for real-time seat availability. And by 10 a.m. this Friday, July 10th, we'll send targeted outreach to families on wait lists to help them explore and secure any remaining options. So they can go on themselves, they can look, and then we will update the wait lists this Friday. Additionally, we have 2,252 students who are currently enrolled in high school credit recovery. This is across 12 sites, and there are 358 students enrolled in middle school course recovery opportunities. I personally am thrilled to see so many of our high schoolers taking advantage, and middle schoolers to get their skills built up, to get their credits recovered. To me, this is a very hopeful sign. We actually had to add capacity here because we had such demand. So that can be a good thing. Also, the annual exam school initiative is almost at capacity. It has a capacity of 290 seats, and it's at 284 right now. So there's a few more spots available. BPS Specialized Services Office launched their extended school year, which is what we call ESY registration in March. So this has been going on for some time. As of today, there are 2,786 students who are currently enrolled in the extended school year. We have a universe of about 4,380 students who are eligible for it. So we still have room. And if parents of students who are eligible for ESY are still interested, they can certainly still report and get that seat. Also on Monday, the BPS Office of College, Career, and Life Readiness launched the Post-Secondary Transition Center. This is a new initiative that's designed to support class of 2026 graduates. The center honors that post-secondary success looks different for every kid, and it's positioning to help each of them remove barriers to successful transition. The center is being held in partnership with the Boston Private Industry Council, or what we call PIC. This will serve as a workforce and career liaison for the students, and Boston University's PATH program, which will serve as the primary post-secondary advising partner for college-bound students. It's located on the second floor of the Bowling Building, 2300 Washington Street. The center is open Monday to Friday, 9 to 3, and that will hold true all the way up through the end of summer session, which is Friday, August 7th. And it's both in-person and virtual advising. The service is for any student from the class of 2026 who is could be undecided on their post-secondary plans. They want to explore college or a job readiness program or a bridge opportunity. It's also open for students who have a plan but still have outstanding steps to take and complete. So that could be toward college enrollment, it could be paperwork, it could be a job application, and also for students who are seeking just a connection to a transition, program or advisor and need that extra support. The initiative also addresses the so-called summer melt, or the period between high school graduation and the fall, where students, we've found that don't have consistent support. They can sometimes lose direction. They can sometimes get a little bit lost in the process. And even though at the end of the year, they felt like they had everything lined up, they actually don't follow through and aren't able to follow through with that next step come fall. So the center is certainly there to help support and prevent that. At the center itself, students will have access to one-on-one post-secondary planning and advising. They'll have access to supporting and completing course enrollment steps. This could be financial aid counseling. It could be on-the-spot admissions opportunities with particular colleges that are doing, a rolling admission. Job application support and career development, skill building, how to build a resume, how to interview, workforce programs, how to get referrals to them. This is really the first time we've done this, and I think this is incredible opportunity, having seen so many young people when they leave the supports we have in high school, they then just don't know who to go back to get to that next step of life. So very thankful to BU for its partnership, to PIC for its partnership, and really just spreading the word to our young people that it's there and we're at Bowling and willing and ready to help. I also wanted to address that this morning, Mayor Wu announced that the City of Boston filed a lawsuit on behalf of the BPS against Meta and other social media companies, including TikTok, Snapchat, and the YouTube. The lawsuit is alleging that these platforms harm children's mental health and deliberately target them with addictive design features. The research is clear. We've talked about it here. We've also heard young people come and testify to this. Social media has a negative impact on students' well-being and mental health. There's just the endless scrolling, the distractions, the notifications, the algorithms that are designed to keep our young people on their devices as long as possible. The lawsuit seeks to have social media companies remove these addictive features and compensate the city for the mental health supports it provides students negatively impacted by social media. We in BPS, I think, as you all know, we've worked hard and continue to meet the need for increased mental health services through prevention, through education, through family engagement. Our counselors, social workers, psychologists, nurses, they're actively addressing the mental health needs that our students come every day with that we believe are directly linked to social media use. In recent years, BPS has expanded its mental health resources to meet student needs. And now we employ proudly 240 social workers and 105 school psychs. We also lead, Boston School-based Behavioral Health Collaborative, which is a group of more than 25 mental health organizations that provide direct service to BPS students. The case was filed in federal court in the Northern District of California. It'll be consolidated with complaints that have been filed by more than 1,500 school districts nationwide. We'll definitely keep the committee updated on this legal action as it progresses, and we thank the mayor and the city for being so proactive for our students in this area. I'd also like to take a moment to speak about the recent and disappointing news regarding Jaylen Brown leaving the Boston Celtics. At BPS, we're incredibly grateful for Jaylen's inspiration that he provided and gave to his students, to our students over the years, and his mom's support, I might also add. He was definitely a frequent visitor to our schools. He visited multiple times over just a few years. He's just for our kids just a great role model. He opened opportunities for our students through partnerships in his foundation, and he was always encouraging our BPS kids with his message of hard work and respect for others. I definitely say it takes a village to educate our kids, and I think Jaylen Brown was a prime example of that village and wrapping arms around our students. We hope he stays involved with us, and we just wish him the best of luck going forward because he did impact so many different kids in a positive way. So before I close tonight, I'd like to share a very special video with the audience. 8th grade civics students at Boston Green Academy were named the winners of the statewide We Declare iCivics video contest, which was commemorating America 250 and the signing of the Declaration of Independence. BGA's video was chosen out of 145 submissions from 44 school districts across Massachusetts, representing more than 2,000 8th graders. This video was played as part of the 4th of July celebration on the Esplanade. It was also at the Red Sox game. Students were honored guests at the Boston Pops concert dress rehearsal, and they've been featured in the Boston Globe, on Channel 7, on the billboard at WGBH over the Pike. We're incredibly proud of our students and thrilled that they had the opportunity to celebrate this once-in-a-lifetime experience in such a unique and memorable way. And all 40 participating BGA students will receive $2,500 scholarship upon graduation from high school, thanks to the vision and generosity of the program founder, Rob Waldron. So just, I know that there were other districts that also did incredibly well. Shout out to students at Amesbury Middle and to Brockton Ashfield Middle. Again, everybody was a winner, but we're incredibly proud of our kids at BGA. And at this point, Chair, I think we'd love to play the video.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people
to dissolve political bands which have connected them with another.
They should declare the causes
which have held unto the separation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal,
that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
Para garantizar estos derechos,
governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers
from the consent of the governed.
That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends,
it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it,
and to institute a new government,
laying its foundation on such principles,
and organizing its powers in such form
as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
Y felicidad.
Y felicidade.
It's kind of dropped the mic, I think, at this point, right? That was just, that's our kids. Incredibly proud.
Yes, they were phenomenal. I was able to be at the event where they were all, their eighth grade moving on ceremony where they played this, and we got to meet all 40 of them. Wonderful young people. The diversity that Boston represents was sitting in that room from every single angle, and the fact that all of the kids in the class that participated, whether or not they showed up in the final video, are going to be recipients of the $2,500. So participation counts.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So thank you, Superintendent. And now I'll open up the floor for questions and discussion. Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report, and thank you for bringing us back up on a positive after, which is a much needed juxtaposition after facing the loss of Jaylen Brown to the Sixers, someone who has contributed so much to students and the city in entrepreneurship, STEM, the list goes on. A true commitment to Boston. So thank you for that. Just had two quick questions, one regarding the summer enrollment thus far. And if you need to circle back with these numbers, that's fine. But wanted to know how the participation, I know it's still very early, compares to last summer for those respective programs. Understanding that it's not an apples to apples number, being that our enrollment is now less. So interested in kind of the proportionality of students participating in both the fifth quarter as well as the credit recovery. But credit recovery would obviously be the proportion of students who need the credits. If that number has improved and there are fewer students in it, that's certainly a positive as well. So don't know if you have any indication yet.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a little bit of this. I think in general, we're going to run pretty much kind of on par with ESI and ESY in general. I think on the fifth quarter itself, we kept the same number of seats. To your point, we've dropped enrollment. But I think we are probably running a little lower right now than we were at this time last year with the number of seats available. Each year, I think with fifth quarter, we really try to look at the surveys of students and parents about what kinds of programs they're looking for and then respond with the next slate, the next year's slate. There's still some programs that get tapped out because they're that popular, but they can't take more kids, usually just because of the nature of their program. That's the group that as parents wait for the wait list on Friday and they get that update, our hope is they'll come back and now fill some of those other seats that are still available. But my sense right now, just knowing last year and where we sort of were with that, is that we're probably slightly lower with the participation there, but I would know that better after Friday, after we move the wait list. And then credit recovery, I honestly think it is a couple things. I think one, we have, I think in general with MassCore, we've been communicating so much more with our high school kids about where they are in their high school journey. And I think MyCap is another thing that is now starting to kick in. So students who previously needed credit may not have taken it in the summer that they actually should have to get the credit. So I actually think we are an uptick, right, on credit recovery, but it's a good uptick. It's not because we have more students failing, it's because we have more students taking advantage of the summer. We've also, with the summer jobs, worked out ways in which the kids can actually go to credit recovery and then go to work. So I think creating some of that flexibility doesn't make the student have to choose between advancing their credit and going and making money. So I think we've just done a lot of things, and the students are much more aware and self-advocates for getting those credits made up. So I think we're going to come in higher on the participation for credit recovery. And hopefully the August graduation, right? That is the goal.
Thank you. And I think keeping our eye on that fifth quarter, especially numbers, as we even think proactively about budget. Appreciate the preservation of summer seats, but if that seems to be an ongoing trend, maybe it's something to look at for next year in terms of cost savings. But my last question was around the high school students as well. Appreciate hearing those opportunities for college support at bowling, and just wanted to know whether universal communication has gone out to the caregivers of those grade levels, especially the recent grads, as I know sometimes their email addresses stop working and other things, whether there's been blanket communication to them.
Yeah, we've been communicating out both to the numbers that we have on file for parent as well as in email addresses as well as for the kids. But to your point, there is a lot of movement that happens after the kids graduate. And so communication, that's the reason why we're sort of blanking it here, getting the information out here. We're doing it on the websites, and it'll be a lot of word of mouth as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Elkins?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And always great to see just like our students sort of stepping up and showcasing what they can do, and the level of advocacy that's in that video, understated, and in moments it kind of hits you in the face, and so you're very appreciative of it. So definitely props to them, and then also the rounding out a fantastic graduation season for, first graduation seasons for all the schools. So just congratulations to the students and the families who are able to see their students walk across the stage and, as they enter into the next part of their journey. And so we certainly wish them well, but we also know that they will forever now be a BPS alum, and that's something that they wear with honor wherever they go. I just have a couple of questions. Mine, just at the top of your report, you said that there were 570 some odd vacancies. Those are non-permanent positions. Is that my
Those were
understanding?
all positions.
Oh,
So
just all positions. Okay. So
across the
central and
organization, central, unions, like all positions.
okay. Right. So yeah, so something for myself, and I think the committee is just like, as we're thinking about it, it is great to hear that many, like, that all, if mostly of those permanent positions are being filled. I think for us it's also thinking about that the ratios are there, but also like wondering who is in those positions, right? And so that's part of the work that like a number of folks are doing, because it is not just about the numbers of folks that are aligned or who are standing in front of our students. It's who and whether or not like those folks have the correct and proper relationships that we need them to have. So the quality over the quantity, so to speak. So we hope to keep our eye, not hope, we will keep our eye on that. My second question is actually around the exam school initiative. So I know last year I had asked about, has anyone been looking at any data that sort of shows like a correlation between those students that are in ESI and either an increase in their scores when they take the exam or their placement? Has there been anything there that we've
Yes.
noticed?
Yeah, we saw a pretty significant jump
Right.
year before. Those that took it, we had I believe it was like I think it was like a 40 or 45% went into the exam schools, maybe 50. This past year, it was closer to 65. So we definitely are seeing, and I think parents can be reassured that participating in ESI leads to the greater outcomes when it comes to the exams and preparation for being able to go in there. And as you remember, and the committee actually asked for this, we've extended the ESI down to the fourth grade for the Rising Fourth. So, we're hoping that that even has a stronger impact in preparedness, especially as kids do it multiple years.
Are we seeing that like that our registrants from the fourth grade are like equally represented, or are we seeing like more of a demand as early as fourth grade?
Yeah, when I looked at it the last time, the fourth grade had a pretty good, healthy representation. I can get you what the current numbers are of the breakdown of the fourth, fifth, sixth. But I was actually, to be honest with you, I was really pleased with the number of fourth graders, given it was the first time of us doing it. So it's good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Mr. Peralta?
Thank you so much, Chair Robinson, and thank you, Superintendent Skipper, for your report. I have a couple questions related to the summer programming. One is, what kind of effort is the district doing or making? I never know which verb is the correct one here, but let's take doing to reach out to the families. Like, let's take one stream. One stream, you mentioned families that they are so clear about what they want, and they are waiting for that. Like these people, they are invested. The other stream of that will be families that I've been looking for the correct word here, are indifferent, maybe not convinced of the importance of the reality of summer lost and the importance of counterbalance that with continuing education. What effort is the district doing to reach out to these families that won't come to us, that we really need to go to them and say, it's very important that your students comes to this one extra month of education that is offered to you for free through BPS?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So I think what we've been employing, right, is through the SLAs, which are the Summer Learning Academies. The schools themselves do an incredible amount of outreach back like as early as March, when it opens for registration, to really look at the students that they believe could benefit the most from attending. And then they're doing outreach to those families.
The teachers, you mean? Sorry.
The teachers, the administrators, it could be the family liaisons, but they're school-based staff, right? Then the fifth quarter, very similarly, in addition to us using all of our normal communication channels like Parent Square and the Friday Flyers and connections, a lot of the fifth quarter community orgs that actually get funded to run the programs do their outreach as well into the community. So you've got it spanning in a lot of different directions. But that said, there's always going to be groups of students who they hear about it or the parent hears about it, but they don't actually understand the significance of it. Right? And I think this is actually why we've been talking about with the summer programming. And I think Dr. Alkins has been a champion of this, which is like, what's the outcome if my child goes, right? Like, so that you can say to a parent, hey, kids that go to the summer program for that month, they start back school and they are at this level and with an increase, their attendance is this, they're motivated, they feel connected. Like, you can actually draw those through lines. So that's really the look at the data that we're trying to take, is really the outcome data for the parents, because that's the best selling point, right? The other selling point is kids to kids. If they've had a good time, if they've enjoyed the program, if they get up every day and they want to go in the summer, that's a selling point for the program. And so you see this across the fifth quarter programs, that when kids have those experiences, they then generate wait lists, right? Like, that's how it sort of builds. So we're trying, I think, one, to help the programs that are new to it to sort of understand that, and fifth quarter Boston After School and Beyond does a great job with this. And for the SLAs, we had fewer sites, like fewer SLA sites, and we did some combining, one, so that we could continue to serve students more, as many students as possible. But two, that like you don't have mini tiny programs and kids actually get the benefit of being together in a group. And so I think, that's the other piece that I think is drawing kids within the SLAs. But this is an area that we're going to continue to work on as, how do we get to that parent with the messaging of what the value of that summer is? Because as many of you know, when you look at districts around us, people pay a lot of money to send kids to summer programs, right? Summer camps usually cost, summer schools usually cost. And here in Boston, it is all free. So we should not leave one seat, right? One seat empty with a student, because that's something that somebody could have benefited from. So we'll continue, we'll see where we sort of land after the wait list clear and we go that next step. And then I'll want to look at the breakdown of the school SLAs, because we frankly stopped some doing some of the SLAs because they had such low participation. And we instead awarded seats to the schools that actually had good system and could do that outreach and got the kids to fill the seats, and the kids had a good experience. So we will continue to use those kinds of metrics as a way to sort of guide us as to what to fund and not to fund, particularly in times when money is tight.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for doing all that. I am particularly worried about, like, if a family have the means to send their kids to summer camp and do wonderful things, great, go and do that. Many of our immigrant families, they send their kids for a month or two back to their countries, and they have a heck of a time there, and they practice their Spanish or Portuguese. Wonderful. I'm worried about the kids that are going to be in front of their cell phone for the next 2 months inside their home. Like, how can we convince those parents that there are options to do nothing?
I mean, again, I think some of this is the direct outreach to the families, and the schools themselves have a lot of credibility with this because they have a relationship. So that's the reason why we really try with the family liaisons, with social workers, with the teachers, that generally for us is the best way to get those Summer Learning Academy seats full. So we'll see what we have at the end of this week, and then we'll do a next round of that, right? Of who didn't respond or didn't pick the phone up, and try again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that. My other comments is I want to congratulate the district for the opening of the Center for the Post-Secondary Transition. Clearly, there is a huge need there, and this center is going to help a lot with guiding these students. I have 2 questions. One is, what is the targeted number of students that you are hoping to support in this first year that you are doing that? And the second question is, what is the length of the involvement with the students? Is this just right after they graduate, or like can they come back if they are having trouble in their first semester in college? What is the length of involvement that you are looking for?
So I think it depends on what service the student's looking for. So for instance, if it's like job and resume building and that kind of stuff, I think the idea there is the connection with the PIC. Oftentimes like our PIC specialists in the school stay connected with our alumni. And so part of what we'll do from a central perspective is make sure that the PIC specialists that are based in the schools know who came in, right, who was asking questions, as a way to continue that relationship and follow up. I think on the college side, this is a one that needs continuation. It's what we found with Succeed Boston, which is coaching is awesome as long as we're staying connected with the kids, particularly in their first and second years of college. And so we'll really try to get them connected to some of our post-secondary partners. Like that will be one of the goals of the handoff. So even though it might start with the summer and it might start in the center, the goal will be to then get them connected as they either complete their college process and go that next step, or any kind of a transition program will be then to connect them with those post-secondary partners who their work is very specifically around students that are in post-secondary. But that is going to be the goal, is to keep that connection. I think as far as the numbers go, I'll ask the secondary office on this. I mean, I don't know that they have a particular target other than that any of the students that we know graduated and did not have through MyCap like an actual plan, that would be the universe of students that we're looking to serve. The second would be, and it's a little bit harder to calculate it, but the number of students who suffer from the summer melt, right? Where they literally think they have a plan, they're sure, and then they get just detached from the school and then they start drifting a bit. And then all of a sudden it's the fall and they don't have a plan. Everybody else is going off to college or to work or whatnot. That one's a little bit harder to predict. But we're tracking the students, the schools the students went to. We're keeping track of all the data to be able to inform it. This year will be most likely a baseline.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Torres.
I want to thank you, Superintendent and Chair, for this and all my members. I have the questions everybody asked, so I learned that I'm going to have to raise my hand before everybody goes so I can get my questions in. But probably one question, you mentioned an app, Abella app?
Abella,
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about what would that app be for?
Yeah. So we transitioned to this as the registration. So this allows families kind of one-stop shopping to be able to go in, they can actually see school profiles, they can fill all their information out and really complete their evaluation online. We also used it for the summer programming. And what we've found is it's cut down a lot on the traffic in and out of the registration centers, right, of the welcome centers. We still get a portion of parents, understandably, they want to sit with somebody in person and have a conversation, or their complexity of the situation warrants it. We'll always have that. But I think the more that we can get the information kind of in the system ahead of time, the more the conversation can be valuable if and when they do come in. But that is really what Avella is. It's really kind of our soup to nuts registration portal.
And the other question is for the center, for the new center that is open at Bowling. I think it's a great thing for, for kids that are just not know where to go next. How was that center promoted, at the beginning?
Yeah.
What was the promotion to it? So kids would know to go there.
Yeah, so we sent out to all the contact list for students who are graduating, so the class of 2026 would know it. We also have gone through like the normal parent lists of the graduating seniors, our parent square, our websites, like we promoted it through all of those avenues. Re-engagement center, very similarly, if we get traffic through there. Oftentimes, kids will reach back to their school if they really are unsure they need something. So making the school staff aware of it and its existence. Again, it's the first time through with baseline. A big piece is we'll be asking the kids, how did you find out about it, right? How do you know about this? That will help us to figure out the information flow for the kids.
Yeah, because I agree that if we promote the summer part, like the kids will promote it themselves if they love it,
100%.
Yeah, so that was one of my questions, but it was answered too. So you talked about the teacher. There were 52 teachers to be placed. I do worry about what Dr. Atkins was saying, like who are the teachers, and the placement will be very important. So they will not be in situations where are not where they want to be. It's because they need to be placed somewhere. So how do they get like processed to what questions are they asked?
Yeah. So I think our human capital has done and is doing a fantastic job of being really thoughtful with the group of excess teachers that started with 386. Working with principals, working to understand the school itself, the needs, the positional needs, and then what strengths that staff member is bringing to that position. So there's just been, I've been so impressed, like even down to sort of where schools are located and positions are located, where somebody lives, like really trying to think about the whole experience for a staff member and for the school in creating that best fit. So that'll be the next step as we continue throughout July. we also get some positions that open in July just because people move, like life changes, people move, or they need, somebody is going to need a leave. And so I think that's the other thing that we'll be doing as part of the matching is to see what happens across the schools when it comes to the positions that then open. But that is, that's always going to be, we want to put educators in positions that they can succeed for sure, and that schools can support. And so that is the goal for us.
And lastly, shout out to Green Academy. That was fantastic.
It was incredible.
I know. Thank you. I loved it.
And kids script it. Like that's the part, that's one of my favorite part about video production is when kids have their story they want to tell, and then they figure out imaginatively like how to go about it. That's what they do, right? Like they're just incredible storytellers from their own experience. And so I think to Dr. Alkin's point, right? Like it hit you at different points exactly what the kids were communicating.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I did just my team did to communicate that there are 54 fourth graders in ESI.
Oh, good.
It's a good crop. It's good.
So those are kids who have self-identified, or were they invited or encouraged? How do the fourth graders get there?
Combination, right? Like this is like where we talk to schools about what we're doing, why we're doing it, the reach back to fourth grade, and schools came to the table of working with fourth graders and their families. So real intentionality.
The one question I have, I want to thank you again for reinforcing the number of teachers that we still have yet to place. But I guess my question is because over the last several weeks, we have seen over and over again in the Globe, from union, from city councilors continuing to push the fact that there are going to be 500 people losing their jobs in Boston. And over again, you have provided information that that is not true. So my question is, what is it that we all should be doing to help people understand what the process is around when schools close, when numbers change, what by law must the district do when, timetable to let people know if their job is not going to be in the place it was this past year versus, when teachers tell you whether they are returning for next year, how many open placements are there and how does that big, switch off happen? How do we create a better, more positive communication strategy with the city, with the public around this? Because it feels like it creates a lot of needless stress for students, for families, because everybody is confused by the information they're hearing or how it's being interpreted.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think it's a really emotionally charged topic. Understandably, right? This is people's livelihoods. Staff, are like become like family, right? Two families, right? So it's very emotional. And I think people see things in different ways and they take different parts of fact and kind of hold on to that. I think actually the Globe article that came out, like, I think it was a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, it actually contained a lot of the correct data. We start with a universe every year. It's no different any other year. In fact, in some years when we go back in the data, it was much larger than 500. And it ended much larger with permanent educators not being placed. So we start with sort of a universe every year, and that can be lots of reasons why somebody doesn't stay in a position. It can be because the position gets cut, or it can be because of certification issue. It can be people self-exit out of positions or decide they want to look for something different. So lots of different reasons to that. But the things that you crystallize down are, are there educators who have tenure, who are owed a position, right, from state statute and contractually, that we owe that position to, who have not been placed, right? Like that is one data fact that's super important. And the answer for us is no, because these 52 teachers will continue to be placed throughout July, and August. And then the pair is very similarly, like you start out with a universe of 205, and some years it's been much higher than that, but 205. And for those pairs with seniority, how many of them will not have a job at the end of it? And the answer is none. They all have a job, right? So that is really the first component of it. I think the second component gets into the question that Dr. Alkins asked and Vice Chair asked as well, which is sort of like the actually, sorry, Member Polanco Garcia, like who is going into the positions, right? Like besides the senior folks, like who's left? So there's lots of provisionals, right? And our goal is to have those provisionals fill positions, right? Because our positions, it's not 500 and something positions. We have lots of positions every year that open, either because new programming opens, people move, like there's lots of other reasons why a position becomes available. We want to make sure that people that have been provisionals with us, that they are looked at, right? That our principals are interviewing them and considering them for all the open positions. So that's been a big message of ours, particularly in this hiring season, is please look at the provisionals that worked with us last year. So each of these has a data point to it that's important. And I think because it is emotional, people grab different data points. And that becomes their data point that they want to talk about. For us, we need to make sure everybody we owe a job to, that is owed contractually a position, among our BTU educators and paras have that position. We've done that, like as we said we would. The next is the provisionals, to make sure that as many of them who are ready and qualified and wanting a position can get back into a position. And so that's the job for us to report on those. I also think is why you hear different numbers, but why people grab onto a particular data point, Chair, I think really comes down to what it is that is important to them, or how they understand the data. So we're going to keep reporting on this exactly as we have been, very consistently. And as you can see, very much what we said we would do in the spring, we are doing now.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. All right. So if everyone is finished, we will now ask to accept superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm lost. Okay, is there any objection to the motion? None. Hearing none, Ms. Peralta, Ms. Arbex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The superintendent's report is approved.
Okay, thank you. We will now continue with the first group of reports. Our first report is the collective bargaining agreement with the 5 unions I mentioned earlier. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 7 minutes, and I will ask Superintendent Skipper to give some introductory remarks.
Great, thank you, Chair. So BPS Office of Labor Relations Counsel Mike Ryan is here tonight to present 5 collective bargaining agreements and the costs associated with those agreements that Chair Robinson named. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Ryan so that he can go through each of them.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. Good evening, and thank you to Chair Robinson and the rest of the committee. I want to first apologize that I don't have any inspiring student videos, and I'm just going to talk to you about contracts, but I promise we'll get through it together. So like Superintendent said, I'm here to present the tentative agreements that we have reached with 5 of our union partners and recommend that you vote in favor of these agreements. 3 out of the 5 tentative agreements I'm presenting to you tonight represent just a simple 1-year extension to the collective bargaining agreements that are set to end in the fall. We worked closely with our city finance team under the direction of the superintendent and made the determination that given the current fiscal uncertainties in the city, it would be beneficial to all parties to enter into a 1-year agreement focused solely on wage increases, reflecting the city pattern of 2% plus $800. All the parties have agreed to push any substantive changes out until next year, when the district may have a better idea of what the city's financial outlook is. The district has built a strong relationship with these unions over the years, and we really appreciate the respective bargaining teams and their members for understanding the position we are in as a district and really agreeing.
Please slow down.
I apologize.
Thank you.
In agreeing to the terms of these MOAs. I'm going to share with you the PowerPoint and walk you through each now. So the first of these tentative agreements is with the storekeepers, AFL-CIO Council 93. This is actually our smallest union with only 10 members, but they do important work of distributing necessary supplies across our school district. The parties reached a tentative agreement with the union on June 29th to extend their current contract through August 31st, 2027. The union ratified their agreement on June 29th. The financial package of the 2% plus $800 carries a 1-year total cost of $10,320. Next, we have the Planet Administrators. This is another one of our small but mighty unions with only 16 full-time employees who oversee all the custodial services, the groundskeeping, and other operational services at our schools. The parties reached our tentative agreement on July 6th to extend their current contract through August 31st, 2027. The union ratified this actually on June 26th. The standard city package carries a 1-year total cost of $40,365. The next union we have is the Planning and Engineering Union. This is a union of 37 full-time employees. They're all licensed professionals who oversee the district's long-term facility planning and major renovation projects. The party reached its tentative agreement on June 18th to extend their current contract through August 31st, 2027, and the union ratified the agreement on July 2nd. This 1-year contract carries a cost of $85,879. The final 2 tentative agreements we have are with our school safety unions. These agreements are actually 3-year extensions of a prior collective bargaining agreement that actually expired back in 2024, and they'll run through 2027. The agreements follow the city's wage increase pattern of 2% increases plus a flat rate every year. We've been working diligently with these unions over the past couple of years to finally reach an extension that was mutually beneficial to both parties. The first is the Boston School Police Patrolmen's Association. This union represents 50 of our school safety officers who work to keep our students in school safe every day. The parties reached a tentative agreement on June 25th to extend their CBA through August 31st, 2027. The union ratified the agreement on June 26th. The financial package carries a total 3-year cost of $608,335. The first 2 years will actually be covering using existing reserves that we have. The increase in year 1, which is actually 2 years ago, is 2% plus $250, costing $58,026. In year 2, which would actually be this current year, is 2% plus $900, costing $164,888. Year 3, which is going to be next year, fiscal year 27, is a 2% increase plus $800, costing $268,887. Now, the last tentative agreement to present is the Boston School Police Superior Officers Federation. This union represents our 19 superior officers, or our captains, our sergeants, and lieutenant, who oversee all our school safety officers every day. In addition to the 3-year city pattern wage increase, this agreement also includes some clarifying language to the contract that codifies our current practices. The first is it allows members who were hired before 2013 who qualified for floating holidays to keep that status if they are promoted from the patrolman unit to the superior officers union. And the second, it codifies the current practice of keeping a member that is promoted to a higher position on the same salary step in the salary grid as they were in their previous position. This ensures that any promotion doesn't result in a loss of wages. The parties reached this tentative agreement on June 25th to extend the CBA through June 30th of 2027, and the union ratified this agreement on June 26th. The financial package carries a total 3-year cost of $205,154. And like the patrolmen, the first 2 years are going to be covered by using existing reserves. The increase in year 1, which was last year, 2% plus 250, costing $24,628. In year 2, which is this current school year, 2% plus $900, costing $68,724. And year 3, which is next school year, fiscal year 27, 2% plus $800, costing $111,802. Now, I want to say thank you to all the members of the bargaining team and all the members of the union for coming to terms on these tentative agreements and for all the hard work they do every day at our schools. A lot of this work is done behind the scenes, but we really could not run the district without them. And, for all the members of the school safety unions, really for keeping our schools safe and our kids safe and, letting parents send their kids to our schools and, not be worried about, their children. I want to thank the partners of the city finance team. Huge thanks to the superintendent, and thank you all, the school committee, for inviting me here today. And again, we ask that you vote in favor of these 5 tentative agreements and supplement appropriation requests as ratified by the various unions.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Any questions? Okay, as we said in the previous session, we want to thank you all for your hard work, and we look forward to voting on these agreements later this evening. Thanks. Our next report is the authorization for revolving funds for revenue-generating vocational programs. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 5 minutes. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for introductory remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So we're asking the school committee to vote in favor of our request to establish a dedicated revolving fund for revenue-generating vocational school programs, which is required under the Massachusetts General Law. This revolving fund would be modeled after the district's existing student activities accounts, and it would be held in a bank account maintained by the City of Boston Treasury, managed by our financial controls team. Members are in receipt of a memo explaining the purpose of the fund, how it will work, and our plans to create guidelines and procedures around its management and use to ensure accountability. The memo is available with tonight's school committee materials at the bostonschoolcommittee.org. Chief Financial Officer David Bloom is here tonight to answer any questions you may have. And at this point, I will turn it over.
Thank you so much, Superintendent and members of the school committee. I want to give you just a little bit of information about our revolving request for a vocational revolving account. Specifically, these revolving funds are set up under a section of Massachusetts General Law specifically for vocational technical programs. Essentially, you can think about it like a specialized bank account for any vocational programs that raise fees. So, for example, if a school has a culinary program, and they are selling any of their baked goods or other things, it can go into this type of account. The funds then are used to buy things that then are used in the program. So proceeds from a culinary account would be used to buy food or other equipment for the program itself. So the school committee is the governing body authorized to accept and establish this program. So essentially, you would be voting to authorize the superintendent, myself and my team, to manage and improve the revolving fund payments and the scope of the business practices. So how does it actually work? Very similar to some of our other accounts. It is under the control of the City of Boston Treasury, managed by our finance team, using very secure sort of traditional banking interfaces. Each school and program would have its own account, similar to what we've been doing with our student activity accounts. And we've based a lot of our practices off of our successful and well-audited student activity account processes. So we need to have very specialized transaction workflows that holds everyone accountable to making sure that all of the sales are deposited correctly, and then expenses actually get made through our purchase order and requisition process. So no one's going to be sort of cutting a check for anything with this. It has to, any payments coming out of these funds need to go through a specific program. If there is, for any reason, a reimbursement directly to a staff member, that requires a very significant additional review to ensure we're preventing any fraud on these accounts. So what happens next? So the school committee votes to create the accounts. We then go back and work with our colleagues at the city auditor's office to finalize formal accounting manual. And we then work with each individual school to set up individual sub-accounts for all active school sites. And then there are annual trainings on how to manage these accounts that every responsible member of the school organization would need to go through. And then we would submit annual reports back to the school committee about how these accounts are working. Obviously, the vast majority of this work would happen at Madison Park, but there are also potential for these programs to exist in other schools that have vocational programs. One thing I will note is this does not need to be a formal Chapter 74 vocational program. This is any vocational program. So as we're thinking about starting up more vocational programming at our next program for students with disabilities who are over the age of 18, as they're helping to transition into the workforce, those programs would use these accounts, just as another example that's outside of Madison Park.
Okay.
Sorry, my mouse is not working. And that's the last slide I have for the committee this evening.
All righty. Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Ms. Torres.
I'm starting first now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, for that presentation. One question I had is this, which vocational schools, I know that you mentioned Madison, but does this funds apply to? How many schools do we have?
Yeah. Before I let Cynthia give a little bit of an answer on that, I do want to apologize. I told her that if it wasn't on a slide, I'd probably forget to do it, which is my fault. So I actually want to quickly introduce Cynthia Beltre, who's our Director of Financial Controls, who manages, her team manages all these specialized accounts. She's also on the call to answer any questions you have. And Cynthia, I don't know, do we have a short list already of schools that are interested, or are we developing that once the school committee approves us to use it?
Developing once the school committee approves, and we want to pilot with Madison Park because they have well-established vocational programs, and then spread the word to other schools.
Okay.
Yeah, I know of about 5 schools offhand that are likely sort of early adopters because they have programs that are good fits for this. And then I think sort of more programs will adopt as we go on. It's probably going to be limited to high schools for the most part, because any sort of vocational work that's happening in an elementary or K-8 is probably not generating any revenue. The key thing here is you're taking in money from the public for something you're doing in the program.
Okay. So another question I have. So kids will be involved. Kids will be the focus of all this. Will they get, what are the benefits for them? What do they get out of it? I know learning a trade, but also do they get paid? Do any compensation? How did this works?
So mostly the students are not paid because most of this work is happening as a part of their education.
Okay.
It's so for example, you can take your car to Madison Park to get your oil changed and some other basic repairs done. And you can make payments to that Madison Park program. That money then gets used to buy more oil and filters. And I'm now going to expose how little I know about how my car works. But it basically just goes back into the supplies for the program. Mostly then what the students gain is this experience. And then through partnerships we have with our trade unions and with other organizations, they have experience to then go get a job. So maybe they have a job then after school or over the summer directly with an outside organization, utilizing the skills they've built up through the vocational program.
Thank you, David.
Anyone else?
I just welcome Cynthia to this wonderful team here. What is the status quo now? Where is the money going now?
Yes, so currently, schools like Madison Park, they'll maintain a separate account that is overseen by the school administration, but also is reviewed semi-regularly by the auditing department.
And so that we want to improve that. Like, what is
Correct.
not working there? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So with having a separate account that isn't completely under our management, there are some financial risks, but also just having the opportunity to take the program and bring in the work of the auditing department, treasury, and my team, financial controls, to be able to support the schools. So that's the benefit is reducing risk, but also being able to support more closely because we are involved with the accounts.
And I will say, so Madison Park has done a tremendous amount of work with this themselves. Their financial program has been audited several times and always does great. One of the first things I hear from Scott Finn, who's our city auditor, is he has faith that we're building this correctly if he knows that Madison Park's team has been involved in how we're setting it up, because we can learn from their policies and procedures. As our programs are also happening in other schools, this will allow us to formalize those things without having to build something like we did for Madison, which was such a unique situation. And it brings us fully in compliance with state law.
Thank you.
Ms. Polanco Garcia? You're muted.
I don't know si Rachel is first than me. I think so.
No, you're okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David, for the presentation. Yo vi que el director financiero.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David. I was able to see that the financial director
Es el quien supervisará, como quien dice, tendrá como la caja de este dinero, ¿verdad? Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿quién lo va a supervisar a él o a ella?
So my question is, it is my understanding that the director will have a direct supervision of this financial package. So my question to you is, who will supervise you or her?
So Cynthia is our director. She has a person on her team who's the special accounts manager, and Cynthia then reports to me.
Ok, muy bien, very good. Y también la última pregunta me parece muy interesante y quiero saber si han pensado en las escuelas de comunidad, porque estas escuelas también tienen programas buenísimos.
So the second question I do think that is a very interesting program. The question is, have you guys thought about the community schools? Because those schools, they do have pretty good programs as well. Are those being considered the community schools?
It's certainly a great idea, and we'll reach out to them next.
Ujú. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Garrett?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Just two questions, I think. One is, are vocational programs able to sustain the funds in the account year over fiscal year, or must the expenditures be spent within the school year that they are accumulated?
Yes, these are revolving accounts, so they carry over year.
Great. And just making sure that choices around BPS allocations to these vocational programs are separate and apart from any funds that they may earn from running the vocational program. So in other words, if the automotive program does quite well, we're not anticipating that we would adjust our allocation to that program since they have their own.
No, we certainly are not anticipating any changes in our general fund appropriations based on this. And most of the programs so far price their services pretty much at cost to try and attract, more business for their students to work on. It's a cheap oil change at Madison Park, is what I'm saying. Gonna make the plug for the great work that's happening over there.
A nice commercial there. Perfect. Thank you.
Cheap and high quality.
Yeah, a lot of times the revolvings get used for consumables.
Yeah. I think what we would encourage most programs to spend most of the money, sort of expeditiously within the year. Obviously, they can carry it forward, and if there's a reason to, but we don't want these things to be building up big balances. The goal is for the money to be reinvested right back into the programs.
Great. Any more questions before we move on? If not, again, thank you for your presentation, and we will vote on this matter later this evening. Okay. Our third report is the nomination of school committee member Lydia Torres to the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Task Force. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 5 minutes. I'd now like to turn it over to the superintendent for comments.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I would like to wholeheartedly give my support to Member Torres for OAG. Having, I think, Dr. Alkins on the OAG task force and Chair Robinson prior to that, it just really has ensured kind of the deeper collaboration and alignment between the task force and the committee and the district. And I think Member Torres will absolutely, help us deepen even more at a time when we really need to with the OAG policy and ensuring that all of that work is happening cohesively. Member Torres, we go back as educators in the BPS, but, she's not just a BPS educator. She's also, as a member of this body, she's, demonstrated what it takes to, be involved and be a committed member of school committee, visiting our schools, becoming really engaged and educating herself around the BPS as it's evolved. She's also, as you know, longtime educator for BPS. She's BPS parent. She's a former student. She really, she's a tireless advocate for our multilingual learners and for all of our students. So I would really urge all members to approve her. I look forward to being able to work with you, Member Torres, on the committee in that formal way. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Alkins for a few comments. But go, Member Torres.
Yes, I couldn't have said it better myself. So the OAG task force is pleased to nominate Member Torres to be a part of our task force, bringing a wealth of knowledge and advocacy for all students, but especially when we think about some of our most vulnerable populations, our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. And just as a testament to that commitment, Member Torres was already present at our June meeting, and just contributing to our understanding of the metrics that we should be looking at as a task force and monitoring for the future. And so we can't thank her enough for her dedication and her commitment to this group and to the elimination of those gaps. So we strongly encourage this nomination. Thank you.
Great. Now I'd like to just open it up to questions and comments from the committee. No questions. Well, to Member Torres, I know the work that this committee has to do, and glad that you have been willing to step up to become part of this work to bring your knowledge, both as school leader, as working with educators, et cetera, to this very important work. So we look forward to taking a vote on this later this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for all that nice comment. And also, I didn't know what the task force was really all about. And when I went, I was asked to come as a guest. And I said to them, I said, so which goal are you giving me so I can work on it? They told me if you step back a little bit, it doesn't work that way. So, I'm hoping that I can learn and support like all the goals and objectives for the Opportunity Achievement Gap.
Great, thank you. All right, so we will be tabling the Dudley Street Neighborhood Charter School Memorandum of Understanding A for a future meeting. So we are now ready to move on to general public comment. Ms. Parvex?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for individuals to address the school committee on school-related issues. Questions on specific school matters are referred to the superintendent. Questions on policy matters may be discussed by the committee later. The meeting will feature 2 public comment periods, with the first comment period limited to 1 hour. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't testified will have the opportunity to do so at the end of the meeting. We have 2 speakers this evening. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please feel free to email your comments for distribution to the committee. Speakers may not reassign their times to others, and the time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from speakers' allotted time. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. Please note the comments of any public speaker do not represent the Boston Public Schools or the Boston School Committee. Please state your name, affiliation, and where you live before you begin. If you're, please sign in using the name you registered with for public comment, and be ready to unmute and turn on your camera when it's your turn to speak. Please raise your virtual hand when I call your name. Our 2 speakers are Deidre Manning and John Mudd. Deidre Manning.
I guess I'm first.
Yes.
My name is Deirdre Manning. I am a Dorchester resident and single parent of 2 public school children. Here to make 3 points today. One, I am really excited to hear about the lawsuit filed by the city, initiated apparently by Mayor Wu. I do want to let the school committee know that I have been complaining about BPS access to YouTube via Chromebooks since 2020. Back then, I had an 8-year-old who was presumably searching for pranks and ended up on websites such as "I'm pregnant by my sister's boyfriend." Absolutely ludicrous that a parent would complain frequently and have BPS abdicate any responsibility at all for how those devices are used by young people. Really frightening and absolutely nuts. I want to address a point made by Member Peralta relating to recruiting for the ESI summer program. I don't believe there's any outreach to charter schools. I'd like to say, if the school committee isn't aware, that charter school students are public students. This funding for the ESI program is public funding. This type of program should be available to all city residents. I actually wrote an email on behalf of a Latina so that her daughter might be enrolled in the program, and the mom got a response back saying that the program is full. So I did text her and let her know that there are 6 openings. I did not hear from her that they reached out to her to say, hey, we've got spots available, but I'm hoping that they do that now. I also wanted to point out that it's the 3rd admission cycle where the superintendent had promised to provide information on student outcomes related to the exam school admission construct. That information has not been provided. And what I think is really disingenuous is for the superintendent to state as school committee members that we want you to vote on a policy that amends the exam school construct, and that we don't want any more changes for, 3 years, 5 years, whatever it was. I think that's ridiculous when you haven't actually fully informed school committee members about how the program is working. That information on student outcomes, I think, is vital to evaluate the success or lack of success of the changes, and to have school committee members take this vote in a vacuum is simply not acceptable. I also want to point out that we have good friends. The older son goes to BLS. The younger daughter did not get into BLS. She has a Mattapan address. It is a very modest home, and that might be a bit of an overstatement. And the fact that that's considered a tier 4 home is really ridiculous. I mean, come on, people, let's get your act together. Having under-resourced families living in Mattapan.
Thank you very much.
Compete with Back Bay is not right.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mudd. Please unmute and start the video.
It's not unstopping. Start my, here. Does it start?
Yes, thank you very much.
As usual, I'm out. Can you see me? Because I'm out.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is John Mudd. As you know, I'm a resident of Cambridge and a longtime education advocate in Boston. As you think about the priorities for improvement coming from the superintendent's evaluation and the priorities for work this summer, there is nothing more important than making it clear to the superintendent and staff developing the strategic implementation plan than having SMART goals in critical areas. Many school committee members repeatedly stressed the need to have annual goals for improving student achievement. The school committee should insist that when it is asked to review the strategic plan developed this summer, it must include SMART goals in a number of areas. Obvious ones would include student outcomes on state tests, the reduction in achievement gaps, and teacher and para-diversity. Without progress in these areas, BPS will not be fulfilling its responsibility for improving education and life opportunities of our children. As you also know, I have repeatedly pointed to the failure of BPS to educate multilingual learners who constitute as much as 1/3 of BPS students. Despite the research evidence, too many students are still being dumped in English-only instruction general education classes with ESL, and not enough are receiving evidence-based instruction using the student's home language. The school committee's own Opportunity and Achievement Gap Task Force has recognized this fact and has adopted a policy which was approved by the school committee for BPS to develop a long-term plan with milestones and timelines to expand bilingual education and bilingual teachers. In addition, on June 24th, the Boston City Council also unanimously passed a resolution adding its voice to the need for BPS to have a long-term plan to expand bilingual education. The BPS Strategic Implementation Plan to be developed this summer is to lay out a roadmap for putting BPS policy into practice. The school committee should be sure that this roadmap includes the plan with SMART goals and timelines for expanding bilingual education. And just as a quick note in community engagement, as the superintendent evaluations makes clear,
30 seconds.
The school committee should adjust involving stakeholders and engage school communities in planning and not just the implementation of new facilities plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Parvex, and thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is very important to us. We have 2 action items tonight related to the grants department this evening. The first item is grants for approval totaling $4,313,505.99. The section action item is the in-kind donation with a total estimated value of $100,000. I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent to walk us through the grants and the in-kind donation.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. So as Chair said, there's 15 grants for your approval tonight, totaling approximately $4.3 million. There's too many to name individually, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to give a brief overview. 10 of the grants, totaling almost $3.2 million, will support academic instruction district-wide and at specific schools. The largest of these is a nearly $1.6 million Boston Arts Academy Foundation continuing grant donation, serving 490 students and 50 educators at BAA. This will fund salaries, scholarships, equipment, provide support for full inclusion, teacher professional development, and other costs. The remaining 5 grants, totaling $1.1 million approximately, fall into several focus areas: career tech, career and tech education, culture and belonging, health and wellness, facilities improvement, and college and career readiness. We're also asking the school committee to accept a generous in-kind donation of furniture for the district's early childhood programs from the Friends of JP. This is valued at approximately $100,000. I would ask the members to please vote favorably for these grants and this donation. We're very thankful for all of this support for various priorities within the BPS.
Thank you. Now open it up to questions, comments. Ms. Garrett?
Thank you. Just a question of interest around the grant at the Bates Elementary for a Japanese language program. Just really interested in opportunities for us to build on the strengths of multilingualism for our district, and as we think about opportunities to create more enrichment and robust curriculum at the elementary level. It's heartening to see us thinking about world languages in our youngest grade levels. I'm just wondering if there's opportunity or thinking about other schools to expand these to, or is this more of an isolated program?
Yeah, David, do you have a background on that particular grant?
Yeah, I think this one in particular is a little bit more of a unique situation, but I will say we are seeing a slight uptick in this program. We had a similar partnership around an Arabic program at Brighton High School as well. And so I think we are continuing to look for ways through our world languages department to expand opportunities and exposure to world languages across our schools.
Thank you. I think it can be a powerful asset as we think about parent choice, especially in our earliest grades, as it's the best time to start learning a language. And, also, of course, thinking about increasing our opportunities for dual enrollment programs.
Thank you. Dr. Alkins?
Sorry, I meant dual language, not dual enrollment.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Thank you for this package. I think everybody knows, like, I'm always questioning sort of where and I hate using the term ROI, but that's essentially like what it is. But this is just for the team, like, as we're compiling these grants packages for us. So particularly as I look at the continuing grants, for every continuing grant, I'm also expecting to see basically an outcomes report from the previous iteration of it. So for example, if I'm looking at the BAA Foundation grant, right, where it does actually list what the anticipated outcomes are, perhaps how those things are going to be measured. If it's continuing, I'm thinking this was measured already. What are we seeing in the first iteration of it or the previous iteration of it that's allowing us to build or go into a new direction?
Yeah.
Similar, the foundation like grants, if we're talking about identifying effective scalable practices, then we need to be able to ground that in some data in order to say whether or not like this is something that should be continuing, or understanding like where the modifications are in how it's being used or the practices that are being used. So I guess it's more around like being able to see the evaluation like in it. Yeah.
No, it's a really important thing. And one of the things we were struggling with, because the 21st Century grant that's on this package is another good example of that. Just to your point, it's a similar kind of continuing grant. The thing we're trying this year is we're doing a sort of after action grant outcomes report, which we'll be sharing with the committee in the fall for all of our grants that ended this year. The problem with that approach, in hindsight from your question, is of course the next year's grant comes before the committee, before we've had a chance to wrap up the prior year's grant. And so the way we've structured it right now doesn't quite work to get you something before you approve the next one. And so I think I'll take that back to the team and we'll think about how we can maybe get you like an interim, because we'll get you the final outcomes report in the fall for this past year, but maybe there's a way we could get like a sort of interim or in progress report that we get to you in advance of, or sort of paired with a continuation grant proposal coming to the committee.
Yeah, that's completely fine by me. I mean, I have a lot of familiarity with, National Science Foundation annual reports, and oftentimes like you're submitting those reports well before your grant year ends. And so there's always going to be a segment of your data that's not accounted for. Right. And so I think we all would understand that.
But I think for 21st Century, for example, right, if we're doing an extended school year or a school day program, we could certainly have information ready, even if it's not final, about the number of students who attended those programs or other things like that, even if it was only through the first 3 quarters of the year or something. So we'll bring that back and think about how we can incorporate that into these continuation grant package sort of proposals.
Yeah. I also just think I still think we could do a better job, David, of as we're doing our presentations, like pulling in the information of like who's funding stuff. So like for instance, when we talk about hub schools, Lubin has been such an incredible partner to us, being able to talk about that. Like it's the relevance piece I also hear Dr. Alkins talk about. And I think like it helps connect for the committee, the funding with the what's happening, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that's not really on you, David. That's like on
support.
Yeah, that's like I think on our preparation, like for.
And I think the transformation grant. I think there's a transformation grant as a part of this package too.
There is, yeah.
And that's actually an example of a place where I think the team does a really nice job of thinking when they give updates on transformation schools. they're talking about the work that the grant is funding in a lot of cases. And so we can very easily then work with them to say, oh, great, let's just add a note on this slide that says this portion of the work that you're already reporting to school committee is what the grant is paying for. So you can just sort of see that connection. So yeah, because I think to the superintendent's point, some of these grants are sort of coming before the committee in ways that we're not sort of calling out or acknowledging. So we can definitely work on that for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Right. If there are no further questions, I entertain a motion to approve the grants as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The grants are approved.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the in-kind donations as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The in-kind donations have been approved.
Great. Our next action item this evening is the authorization for revolving fund for revenue generating vocational programs that was presented earlier tonight. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve. Yeah, I've got the wrong words here. To approve the vocational programs revenue generating fund. Is there thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection or discussion to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The authorization for revolving funds for revenue generating vocational programs has been approved.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Our next group of action items is the collective bargaining agreements that were presented earlier tonight. Our first collective bargaining agreement for approval is for the agreement with the Planning and Engineering SEIU Local 888 for the period of September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027. There are no further questions. I will entertain a motion to approve the agreement as presented. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Thank you. Second, I hear it. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Ms. Peralta, Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The agreement has been approved.
Okay, we will continue with the fiscal 27 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $85,879 to support the memorandum of agreement between Planning and Engineering SEIU Local 888 and the Boston School Committee effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027 as presented. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation requested as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion?
No discussion, but I just, should have said this when we had questions before, but I just thought for the for the public's knowledge, I think it's helpful, maybe Chief Bloom, if you could just reiterate the way that reserves work for the city when there are pending contracts.
Yeah.
This is a customary process when contracts are in negotiations, and that these are funds that are being held already. I just think that might be helpful for people to understand.
For sure. So every year, the school committee's appropriation that's passed in the spring includes funding for any existing collective bargaining agreements that are currently in force. Any agreements that have expired or are not yet signed for the upcoming year are held by the City of Boston in a reserve pending the finalization of those agreements. Once the agreements are signed, the school committee requests of the City Council an increase in appropriation from that collective bargaining reserve in the amount that's needed to pay for the collective bargaining agreement. If there is a circumstance where an entire year has passed with the collective bargaining agreement not yet signed, and that agreement needs to then be paid retroactively, that payment is made directly from the City of Boston's reserve to the employees without then additionally coming as an appropriation through the school committee, which is the case of 2 of our agreements tonight.
Okay. So I'll roll it back. And again, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Dr. Alkins.
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The supplemental appropriation is approved.
Thank you. Our next vote is on the collective bargaining agreement with the Boston School Police Patrolmen's Association for the period of September 1, 2024 through August 31, 2027. This has a similar issue that we just discussed. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the agreement as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. We will continue with the fiscal year 27 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $268,887 to support the memorandum of agreement between the Boston School Police Patrol Association and the Boston School Committee effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027 as presented. If there are no further questions, we will entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Our next collective bargaining agreement for approval is the agreement with the Boston School Police Superior Officers Federation for the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agreement as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. We will continue with the fiscal year 27 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $111,802 to support the memorandum of agreement between the Boston School Police Superior Officers Federation and the Boston School Committee effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027, as presented. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. Tran,
You're muted.
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Then our next collective bargaining agreement for approval is the agreement with AFSCME, AFL-CIO, Council 93, Local 2814 storekeepers for the period of September 1, 2026 through August 31st, 2027. There are no further questions. I will entertain a motion to approve the agreement as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yeah.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Okay. We will continue with the fiscal year 27 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $10,320 to support the memorandum of agreement between AFSCME, AFL-CIO, Council 93, Local 2814 storekeepers, and the Boston School Committee effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027 as presented. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Okay. Our final collective bargaining agreement vote this evening is on the agreement with the Boston School Department Plant Administrators Association for the period of September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yeah.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Our final fiscal year 27 supplemental appropriation request is in the amount of $40,365 to support the memorandum of agreement between the Plant Administrators Association and the Boston School Committee effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027 as presented. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the agreement as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson. The motion is approved.
Thank you. All right. Our next action item this evening is the superintendent's school year 2025-2026 summative evaluation that was presented at the June 10th meeting. As a reminder, per the superintendent's contract approved by this body in July of 2025, provided the superintendent receives an overall rating of proficient or exemplary on her performance evaluation, she shall receive a salary increase as stated in the contract. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for final comments.
Great. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the school committee, for every opportunity, but this one in particular to reflect on my role as superintendent for the past 4 years. I really want to give special thanks to Member Alkins for your work in directing the whole evaluation process, and Vice Chair Scarrett for your work in the support. Each year I welcome the chance to really look at the district's progress, to share it out with the committee and with the public. When I first began as superintendent, my priority was to really create a strong foundation and to build back toward transformative work so that we could really honor every student being able to learn in the BPS and meet their potential. I also, I'm a strong believer in strengthening what works and building off and learning from it and discontinuing what doesn't. And that's been, I think, a theme of our work as a district for the past 4 years. We all, myself at the forefront of this, right, can acknowledge that we have a lot more work to do in BPS. But I really want to thank the BPS Village that has done so much hard work during my tenure. Certainly my incredible team, many of whom are on tonight, our schools and school leaders, our families, our educators, our community partners. We've truly built a groundwork over the last 4 years that is really allow us to implementing systems that's going to move the district forward. And we're already starting to see that, right? Like we're seeing just from these 4 years, historic gains in academic achievement for our students starting to swing in the direction we need it to, outpacing national rebound, particularly for our English language learners. We've seen, the continued implementation of the inclusive education plan across the district as we continue to move through the grade implementation. We've seen historic increases in graduation rates and lowest dropout rates on record. We've also seen with the seal of biliteracy, so many more students earning the seal of biliteracy and in advanced placement the same. We've had, about 4,300 students enrolled in AP courses last year, and we continue to see increases in the percentage of the students earning 3 or higher, which is the performance side of that. 64%, we just were actually notified of this, but 64% of the scores from this year's AP exams from May of 2026 earned a 3 or higher. And that's just incredible, incredible data. And we have more that we can do, there. We have more than 1,000 students who participated in early college and 2,500 students who participated in CTE, earning certifications and participating and building their skills for work of the future. We had 552 seal of biliteracies that were presented across 523 recipients. And that number of seals of biliteracies has increased and doubled since 2024, when we gave 245 awards to 426 in 2025, and then reaching pinnacle this year with 552. So, all of these things are to celebrate, to build on, reflect such hard work from so many different people in the district that I feel, truly humbled to work aside every single day. And even during a difficult budget, which certainly this last year's was, we've been facing financial pressures as a district, as a city, as a nation. And we had to make difficult decisions to ensure that students were not impacted and that the services they needed and deserved were protected as much as we possibly could. We're going to continue to work throughout the summer as we begin the school year 26-27, stronger than ever. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, the summer programming is off to a great start. and again has an incredible team behind it, lifting it up. And I really just look forward to continuing our planning next month, building off of momentum as we come back in August for the August Leadership Institute, which we call ALI, and really working with our school leaders, mapping out an even stronger year for 26, 27. I say it quite sincerely that in my 37-year career as an educator, being the superintendent of BPS is the greatest honor I've ever had and probably ever will. And, I just look forward to the future here and continuing to build it with you and with my team and our community on behalf of every single student, because we know more than anything, every single student deserves it. So thank you for everything we've been able to accomplish together so far. And again, very optimistic and looking forward to an incredible 26-27 school year.
Thank you. Now I'll open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Mr. Peralta?
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I just want to comment and say thank you once again to Superintendent Skipper and the team, right? Many of them present here today. We need the stability that you're bringing to the district and the leadership. And also like what you saw on our collective individual and summative evaluation of your role and your team, is that we need to keep opening opportunities for you to interact with the community. And this year and the year after, that's going to be more important than ever. We just saw the incredible news of last week on the Supreme Court deciding to de-document the biggest number of human beings in the history of this country, just like that. Like our Haitian communities are really suffering right now, and some of the very few spaces where they can feel safe and access reliable and true information is our schools. They trust the teachers, they trust the administrators on these schools. So thank you, and again, take every opportunity you have to get together with the community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, oh, go ahead. Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your continued commitment. It's great to hear the positive data and that recent news around APs, which I'm sure we'll hear more about. I think we're really also looking forward to, and we talked about this in the written evaluations, just the opportunity to visit data on a very clear and transparent calendar next year that's really anchored to the highest leverage student outcomes that really can serve as a collective measure for progress in the district, so that we make sure we're moving in the right direction for all students. So really looking forward to next year's conversation, really looking back on those data points that we have the opportunity to dig into over the course of the year along with the public.
Absolutely. And thank you for your thinking as well with us as we have been, working on the measures. Really looking forward to setting that framework up.
Mr. Try.
Thank you, every member of the school committee, for having participated in the evaluation process. And I'm very glad that Superintendent Skipper received a high mark on her evaluation, and she deserves everything that she is getting. I would like just to echo Member Peralta regarding community involvement. that is one of the areas that we have been fighting and we have been striving, endeavoring our best for the longest time that I'm that I'm on board. And of course, I do recognize that we are moving forward. We are, we are getting better and better. But I'm hoping that that area is going to get much better in the next school year. Um, Another area is the multilingual learner and students with disability. I acknowledge that there was progress, there was success stories. However, I do maintain that we need to put even more resources, and I know that you are doing that, Superintendent Skipper. I know that. I know that you are paying very close attention to those two areas, and I'm hoping that with your continued commitment to ML students and students with disability. And at the end of next school year, the data that we are going to receive from their progress is going to increase. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tran.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
I want to echo everyone. Thank you. And I do want to say that I know that change takes time. And I know that you're working very hard on making and meeting all the expectations for the district. And that we're here to support and to continue to give you feedback so you can be the best superintendent ever. So I thank you for all the work that you have done and for our teachers, for our students, and for many of our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Torres.
Dr. Alkins.
Yes, of course. Piggybacking off of what everyone has said, I think also what the evaluation has also put into perspective for me, as always, is being able at trying to understand like my capacity as a school committee member, and particularly when we talk about family and community engagement, sort of, I think the more flexibility that we have as school committee members to be in community with folks to bring together like the diverse perspectives on a topic, say like multilingual learner progress, or how are we educating our students, with disabilities. So, I think this is like a charge to us too, as we're seeing as we're reflecting on family and community engagement, how as a school committee we can be more proactive in that from our seats. So just, thank you for your continued commitment to BPS students, and we want to build on the progress.
Thank you, Dr. Hopkins.
Yeah. I too want to give my thanks to both you and to your team, all of your team, because I know this work is not done by any one person alone. And I think you've built a great team over the past several years. And I think everybody is ready to roll up their sleeves and to dig in to the evaluation and to work through the things that we all agree need to be improved, particularly parent and community engagement and looking at our, both inclusion and multilingual learner issues. These are the work of our district, and I think we're all ready to continue working as hard as we can to improve these things. But thank you again for your leadership as we move forward.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your support.
Yeah. So
No, I have just additional shout out, as a matter of fact. Sorry to have missed that, but I think it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge the valuable contribution of Dr. Alkins and Vice Chair Rachel Scarrett in putting together that summative evaluation. If it is in my hand, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna be doing. But the document, the summary that were collected and put together succinctly to the point deserve a really loud shout out to both of you. Thank you.
Yes. We all agree. Thank you both for all of that work. Thank you. Okay, so if there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the 2025-2026 summative evaluation as presented. Is there a motion?
I think, Dr. Alkins, are you?
Yeah, I just had
Oh,
one more,
I'm
just like
sorry.
on that line again. I will never stop. Will never miss an opportunity to give flowers to Rebecca Granger for sort of wrangling Vice Chair Scarrett and myself for a lot of this process. So shout out to her and the great work that she's doing. So
Okay. All right, if there are no more further questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve the 2025-2026 summative evaluation as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Okay, our next action item is the OAG Task Force nomination of member Lydia Torres that was presented earlier tonight. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the nomination of member Torres as presented.
Before,
Okay, coming to you. Mr. Tran.
yes, before we vote on this, my question is, given the fact that there are two members who were who participated in the process, are they voting as well or no?
Yes, I believe they are able to vote.
Yes.
On this, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Polanco Garcia,
Enthusiastic Jack.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
I'll take this moment to voice my opinion on this process. First of all, this process is not enunciated anywhere in our in the portion of the city charter establishing us. It may have mentioned in the bylaws, and I have a problem with that. If the bylaw, if there are things in the bylaw that need to be revisited and that need to be given the collective experience that we have, the bylaw need to be revisited. There are things that are ministerial, things like voting on private school applications, things of that nature. That's ministerial. In this particular situation, where I'm asked to vote for one member over another into a subcommittee that we established, where I view both members are valuable, are very competent, and I don't know why we have to vote on that. I think it should be left with the members of that committee, or with a member of that work group, not us.
Mhm.
So because of that, I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion passes with 6 yeas. One member abstained.
All righty. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Torres. Thank you. Our next action item is the approval of the Horace Mann Charter governing updates that were presented at the June 10th meeting. As I mentioned earlier, we have tabled the Dudley Street Neighborhood Charter School Memorandum of Understanding A for consideration at a future meeting. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for final comments.
Great. Thank you, Chair. So tonight we're asking the committee to vote in favor of several updates to the charters for 4 different Horace Mann charter schools. The Edward M. Kennedy Academy for Health Careers, or what we call EMK, Boston Day and Evening Academy, which we call BDA, Boston Green Academy, BGA, and Up Academy Dorchester. These changes were presented together at the June 10th meeting in an effort to move all of those necessary governance documents forward before the end of the school year. We're asking the committee to approve these items with 1 vote for each of the 4 schools. Dr. Clark is here, and representatives of the various charter schools are here to support any remaining questions you may have. There is a list within your documents that show what you will actually be voting. And at this point, I will turn it over to Dr. Clark so that when we do the vote, we will actually read each of the individual vote language. So Dr. Clark?
Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, committee. I'm here if anyone has any questions, concerns, or would like me to review any of the information.
So just as a reminder in your documents, so it's EMK's accountability plan, it's EMK's enrollment policy and application, EMK's expulsion policy, EMK MOUA, that's all EMK. Then there's Boston Day and Evening's mission statement, MOUA, accountability plan, and expulsion policy. BGA, it is just their expulsion policy. And Up Dorchester, it's their expulsion policy.
Okay. Okay. So.
Chair, I think Member Scarrett has a.
That's what I was going to say. I'm going to open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Ms. Scarrett.
Thank you. Just even as Superintendent Skipper went over what we're preparing to vote on this evening, just wondering if someone can give voice to and some context to all of these revisions to expulsion policies. I think that they have some common themes and motivations in terms of the adjustments that might be helpful to understand.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd be happy to do so. In general, the revisions are to be consistent with current DESE policy. And as you referenced, there are a number of revisions that DESE has made to align with recent Supreme Court case decision. So each school worked with legal counsel following DESE's guidance to make sure that they are up to date with the current policy statewide.
Okay. Dr. Alkins?
Thank you for this package, and I'm pretty sure a lot of this was discussed and scripted like before. I'm thinking of particularly the OAG policy was sort of put into place, but this is actually a really good example and good note of how schools can sort of in one capacity think about like how this policy aims to support a lot of the work that they're doing. So as schools are thinking about drafting new types of policies, the spirit of like the OAG document, like hopefully that they're able to take a look at it and see how it's actually guiding a lot of the language that's going in there, and so like how we're enacting some of these policies.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Are there any more questions or comments? Okay. We will take votes for each school separately. And if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the following updates for the Edward M. Kennedy Academy for Health Careers as presented. Their accountability plan, enrollment policy and application, expulsion policy, and memorandum of understanding A. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the following updates for the Boston Day and Evening Academy as presented. Mission statement, memorandum of understanding A, memorandum of understanding B, accountability plan, expulsion policy. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Ms. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the Boston Green Academy expulsion policy as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the Up Academy Dorchester expulsion policy as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Our last action item tonight is the approval of the private school application of South End Village Academy Private School. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for final comments.
Great, Chair. So as we presented, as you remember at the last school committee meeting on June 10th, the South End Village Academy has submitted an application to operate at the site of the former Croft School on Washington Street in the South End. Just as a reminder, the district's role in the application process is approving a private school's application to operate on the, within Boston. It's entirely administrative. South End Village Academy has met the requirements from our perspective, and we recommend that the committee approve the application because of that. Dr. Clark is here, as well as Christina Lopez, who is the South End Village Academy head of school. Were there to be any questions? But again, we believe they've met the litmus test of the application, and we would recommend their approval.
Okay. Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Dr. Alkins.
Um, I I understand that, like, our role is certainly administrative, and in that sense, they have completely um, fulfilled that part of it. And at the same time, I think I can express that I don't like this, or sort of being placed in this particular position as a district, because while we do talk about administrative oversight, I think what we've heard consistently from our entire from everybody here is that, we all take this work home with us. So it's never administrative. Like, we do feel connected to the students that we serve. And so the way, and this doesn't just go in this case, but it goes for other cases that we've seen recently, where we worry about putting our students potentially at risk for not being able to gain access to the educational environments that are the most supportive for them. And so this is tough. Um, with the South End Village Academy, what I particularly worry about is their approach to funding and sustainability. And obviously BPS is always the district that's left picking up the pieces, because that's who we are. And I also encourage families to really do their homework as much as they can on any educational option. And that's not a endorsement or a non-endorsement of anything, but I think as a district, it doesn't feel good to be put into this position, especially when we know sort of the history of certain things that have not been able to, when we know that there have been missteps with regard to, this population's education. And so I'm looking forward. I'm only hopeful that they are able to be sustainable and successful. Um, and I just really, yeah, I can't stress it enough. It's not comfortable to be in this position. But I do wish that community the best, and the school the best. So thank you.
Ms. Garrett.
Thank you. Just Dr. Alkin's comments resonate a great deal. I just wanted to echo those. I know that we began this meeting with the superintendent's comments around declining enrollment and some of the personnel effects of that. It feels very incongruous that we are responsible for approving opening additional schools where students enroll who have a legal right to attend for free in Boston Public Schools, which is what we've all committed to be on this committee to support. It certainly doesn't begrudge anyone's choice in terms of the type of school that they attend by any means, but it certainly seems an odd responsibility for a school committee tasked with policy and oversight of the Boston Public Schools. And so I think just naming that absent regardless of the particular school that's up for a vote today. I did have one question thinking about the last time that we heard from SEVA. We know that the board at that time, if I remember correctly, was completely composed of parent board members. Was wondering if there has been any addition of board members who may be coming with additional school perspectives or who are members that are not part of the parent community.
I don't know if the representative from SEVA wants to respond to that. Member Scarrett, I have not received any additional information about new members to the board.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just personally like to reinforce what Dr. Hawkins and Rachel and Chair Scarrett said. We intend to pursue this and talk with Desi about why it is this way and how we might go about recommending change, especially because it really does feel like this is very Boston specific.
Yes.
When I asked the question about new entities opening up elsewhere, this really seems to be mostly Boston. So we've had a couple situations like that and been successful at getting language changed. But I think this will be one that we will tackle because it also is just a resource. So we're taking Boston Public School resource to do this in the form of Dr. Clark's time and members from my immediate team to vet the different parts of the application. And so there seems to just be a mismatch in general. It would be different, I think, if it was one a year or something, but this is starting to happen more often. So I think we will definitely take your comments, Dr. Hawkins and Vice Chair Scarrett, to a next level and report back once we've been able to set up a meeting with appropriate folks.
Great. I see that Christina Lopez has joined us. Would you like to make comment, response?
Hi, thank you so much, Boston School Committee and Superintendent Skipper. As far as the question on opening up the process to take on different and more board members, we have started talking about the process for governance to start for the new school year. So this process will take place in August.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Superintendent, I know we all agree that it is time for a DESE conversation with regard to this process. Yeah. Okay. Well, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the South End Village Academy Private School. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
I am voting yes. This school has met the administrative requirement to operate in the city of Boston.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Until the finalization of the conversation with DESE in conjunction with all board members' concerns and mine, I'll abstain right now.
Ms. Scarrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved with 6 yeas and 1 member is abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our only report tonight is the long-term facilities plan update. Before I turn it over to Chief Stanislaus, I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks. I'd also like to remind everyone to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair. So tonight we're here to provide the committee with an update on the mergers and closures that are part of the long-term facilities plan cycles 0 through 3, and share how we're supporting students and families and school communities through these important and impactful changes. To just provide a little background, it's been nearly 3 years since the publication of the long-term facilities plan in 2023, the district's roadmap for school closures, mergers, and reconfigurations. And as you've heard before, this framework was created through extensive community engagement with families and educators and stakeholders who help define the criteria and metrics that guide our recommendations. Tonight, we're here to provide you with an update on students' assignments as the result of recent closures and mergers, and walk you through how the district has supported and continues to support schools, students, families throughout the merger and closure process. Shortly, BPS Chief of Capital Planning, Del Stanislaus, will give tonight's presentation. She will also be joined by Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Dr. Simone Wright. Certainly, closing and merging schools is difficult and always emotional work. Splitting up school communities is a painful process, even when the decisions are based on data and what's best for students and long-term sustainability of the district. These closure and merger decisions also reflect the district's current reality. Our enrollment continues to decline, right? Enrollment in October 2025 and the projection into the next school year was down 3,000 students over those 2 years combined. This was discussed at length during this year's budget process. There are just fewer students aging through the system because of lower birth rates nationally, and there's fewer newcomers due to our current federal immigration policies. These decreases mean that we have far more seats available than we do students to fill them. This affects the quality of the education we're able to provide our students, how our resources are allocated, and the long-term sustainability of the district. It also means that we have too many students enrolled in schools that do not currently have that ability to offer the high-quality experience students and families want and deserve. So as we make these changes and work toward the goal of reducing the number of BPS schools to 95 by 2030, my team is focused on supporting our students and families throughout these transitions. We're working one-on-one with families to move students to higher quality learning environments and provide them with quality school choices. The entire district is prioritizing these students and their families every step of the way by ensuring a smooth, respectful transition from their former school into a welcoming school community. I'm pleased to report, as Del will share, that nearly 90% of the students who transferred in district were assigned to their first or second choice school. Del will definitely, dive deeper into the data in tonight's presentation, but that shows that we are moving in that right direction. The capital planning team will also continue to work with closing school communities to find appropriate ways to honor each school's legacy. The Dever Digitizing Day, which I attended, was amazing. The Mary Lyon Legacy Gala and the Excel Multicultural event are just a few examples of events that provided an opportunity for school communities to come together, to share memories, and to celebrate all of their accomplishments together with closure. Going forward, we'll return to the school committee in the late fall to provide a full report on the impact of the mergers and the closures on students, and then at that time, present the Cycle 4 recommendations. But at this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Stanislaus and to Dr. Wright for the presentation. And I just want to thank Del and her whole team for just all of the hard work that they do, really trying to keep students and families and staff impacted at the center and the core of the work.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Chair and members of the school committee. As the Superintendent shared, I am joined here tonight by my colleague, Dr. Wright. Together, we will provide a brief update on the progress of the long-term facilities plan. Next slide. Tonight, we will review preliminary findings on student transition following school closures and mergers for cycles 0 through 2, highlight preliminary student assignment patterns resulting from recent school closures and mergers, and describe district supports provided to school staff, students, and families throughout the closure and merger transition process. You will hear me say preliminary a lot tonight. This is because our 18-month cycle results in data becoming available at different points in the process. We are collaborating with our Office of Data and Accountability to deliver a report that will have more comprehensive data later this year that shows the impact this work has on our students and staff. Next slide. This work began in 2023 with one of the district's largest community engagement efforts through a process we call the School Design Study. More than 10,000 community members helped shape a shared vision for the future of Boston Public Schools through surveys, focus groups, and small group conversations. The message was clear: every student should have access to a school that supports rigorous, culturally affirming learning, wellness and enrichment, and strong relationships with caring adults. And families want those high-quality options close to home. A third-party independent organization then assessed every school building to understand whether it can deliver that vision. They reviewed classrooms, art and science spaces, athletic spaces, educator collaboration spaces, outdoor learning opportunities, and overall facilities condition, and more. Those building assessments are captured in each building experience score, which informs our decisions about investments and, when necessary, school closures, but they are only one part of the picture. Every decision considers multiple factors, including enrollment trends, concentration of student need, family demand, and a building's ability to provide a high-quality student experience. While these decisions are always difficult, we know that they are essential in a district like ours, where many of our buildings are outdated and our student enrollment is lower than it was a decade ago. We are taking a multi-pronged approach to address this problem by making investment in buildings, expanding or reconfiguring schools to increase access to high-quality learning experience, and closing or consolidating schools that are not able to provide that experience. When this work began, we had 114 schools. Since then, there have been 3 mergers and 10 closures, impacting approximately 4,000 students at the time of the school committee approval. With the closures approved by this body last year, the total number of schools will fall to 100 by the end of school year 2026-2027. Based on enrollment projections, we set a target of 95 schools by 2030. As part of the long-term facilities plan, we committed to an 18-month cycle to support mergers and closures. We are using an 18-month timeline for mergers and closures based on feedback we received through student surveys and community engagement meetings. Families, students, and staff consistently shared that learning about school closures in the late school year and then closing at the end of that same year was disruptive and difficult, especially with choice season being in the fall. An 18-month timeline provides communities with more time to prepare for the transition. It allows families to participate in the first round of school choice process, gives students and staff additional time to plan for their next school, and creates an opportunity for school communities to honor and celebrate their school's history, legacy, and contributions before the transition occurs. At the secondary level, it also gives 11th graders and 12th graders the opportunity to finish their high school experience at their assigned school. Each pair of blue boxes on the screen references the 18-month cycle. For example, in Cycle 2, the Dever, Excel, Lyon Upper, Community Academy, and Clapp and Winthrop were voted by the school committee in school year 2024-2025. This past year was the transition year, and the schools closed or merged on June 30th. Throughout the evening, I'll refer to the vote year and the transition year. Next slide. As a result of the 18-month cycle, it takes time for outcome data to become available. Let's walk through an example, staying with Cycle 2 to explain what I mean. Those schools were recommended to and voted on by the school committee in the winter of 2025. That is the vote year. The following school year, 2025-2026, the one that just ended was the transition year. The schools closed on June 30th, 2026, a little over a week ago. Data on the impacts of these closures and mergers will be available in phases. Tonight's presentation includes preliminary enrollment data for students who transitioned to a new school during the transition year. For example, a student who attended Excel in grade 9 during school year 24-25 and enrolled in a different BPS high school in 25-26 is included in this analysis. During the 2026-2027 school year, we will have complete data on student enrollment, travel distance, and staffing impacts following the transition for Excel and the other schools in Cycle 2. During school year 27-28, we will be able to report on longer-term student outcomes, including attendance, academic performance, and student experience measures. This phased approach allows us to track both the immediate and long-term impacts on the closures and mergers on students, families, and staff. Next slide. As I shared before, we're sharing preliminary findings for cycles 0 through 2. Additional data and more complete analysis will be shared with this body later on this year. As you can see, in cycles 0 through 2, 6 schools were impacted by mergers and 6 schools were impacted by closures. For schools in cycle 2, example the Dever and Excel, the analysis in this section includes students who transferred to a new school before the closure or merger year. Nearly 90% of students who transferred within the district were assigned to their first or second choice. Our families have choice, and we work hard to honor those choices. I would now like to pass it over to Dr. Wright.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the school committee. I think as many of us already know, this work is about ensuring more students have access to schools that are providing the opportunities and experiences we want for all students. While it's not the only measure of school quality, the school quality framework tiers is one indicator. How are schools scored in this framework? Schools receive a score from 0 to 100 based on measurements in 4 areas: student performance, teaching and learning, family, community, and culture, leadership, and collaboration. Based on that overall score, schools are assigned a school quality framework tier from 1 to 4, with 1 signaling a higher quality school. It is important to note that based on the framework, all schools have the opportunity to be Tier 1, as their score is relative to the school's performance rather than a comparison to other schools. This is a relatively small group of students, and we will be able to provide a more comprehensive update later this year. Based on current data, nearly 77% of students affected by school mergers and closures enrolled in a school with the same or better school quality framework tier. And I will now pass it back to Chief Stanislaus.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. So far, we are finding that students are traveling similar or shorter distances to their new schools with some variation by neighborhood. Students with disabilities travel slightly shorter distances to their new school locations. Our aim is that this data holds or improves as we continue to assess the impact on students and as we continue to add options for students to learn in inclusive settings close to home. We can share a few highlights for students who chose to stay in their school through the transition year. A more comprehensive update will be available later this year once students have enrolled in their new school. At the Dever, all but one family completed choice forms this year. This was a critical step to ensure families could take advantage of the enrollment preference available through the transition year. It also reflects the exceptional outreach and support provided by the Dever Family Support Team and the Senior Project Manager. 82% of Dever students have been assigned to one of their top 3 school choices. Throughout the summer, we will continue working with families and Welcome Services to monitor waitlists and pursue additional opportunities to raise that number even higher. As of June, students from the Clapp and Winthrop are overwhelmingly planning to attend the Frederick in the fall on our assignment based on our assignment data. They will be joined by students transitioning from the Dever, with 37 Dever students currently assigned to the Frederick. At the secondary level, we didn't enroll new 9th grade classes at closing schools, ensuring that students were not assigned to a school in its final year of operation. At Excel, 10th grade students opted to transfer prior to the transition year, so there was no 10th grade class this year. 11th grade students are transitioning to new school for the 2026-2027 school year, and all of their 12th graders graduated. At the Lion, 10th and 11th grade students elected to transfer prior to the transition year. All the 12th graders graduated this year. At Community Academy, students in grade 10 and 11 are transferring to a new school for the school year 26-27. Most members of the class of 2026 earned their diplomas. A small number of students are completing individualized graduation requirement through summer coursework. Dr. Wright?
I'm here. As you can imagine, there continues to be a great deal of thoughtfulness and care from all constituents to support our students with transition. I also want to acknowledge the intentionally curated celebrations and opportunities to celebrate the legacies of each school community. I had the opportunity to be able to engage in a few notable experiences. At the Mary Lyon Legacy Ball, alumni, both current and past staff members, and friends of the Mary Lyon came together to celebrate the contributions of the Mary Lyon to BPS and the larger community. Dr. Freeman Wisdom, Member Torres, and myself were able to celebrate the class of 2026 from Excel High School. I know this has already been shared, but we have to continue to celebrate Principal Gordon's leadership and her team for working diligently to ensure every single student graduated. The experience brought together alumni speakers from decades ago, illuminating the importance of remaining connected as a community. These are just a few highlights. I will now hand it back to Chief Stanislaus to transition us to from discussing students to staff.
Thanks, Dr. Wright. This data represents only part of the story. We won't know where students attend school until the fall, so we're excited about following up with this body. Hard work and dedicated staff are another key part of the story. Just like students information, we will provide a more comprehensive update on staff outcomes, which will include data disaggregated by race and ethnicity and roll in the larger report later this year. Right now, we are seeing that teachers, counselors impacted by cycle 0 and 1 mergers and closures left BPS at rates similar to or below the district's average. Cycle 3 represents the schools that were voted on this past fall: the Henderson Upper, ACC, Cash, and Lee Academy. Next slide. The majority of students choosing to transfer prior to closure date are assigned to their top choices as of round 2. Round 3 notifications will go out later this month. The percentage of students assigned to their top choices is higher than what is shown on this slide. This is largely because Welcome Services is receiving and subsequently updating assignment information from our special admission schools. Moreover, there is movement on waitlists throughout the summer and into the upcoming school year. This further reinforces that a report later this year will include more up-to-date and comprehensive findings on student impact.
Our goal is to support more students to access schools that offer a full range of programming. We aim to provide more opportunities for kiddos to explore both college and career readiness experiences, not either or. This chart represents a slice of what we mean. Secondary students from closing schools are transferring into schools with more options for advanced coursework, including early college pathways and career-connected learning experiences that support them with earning industry credentials.
I will now like to walk everyone through some of the supports we provide to closing and merging schools. When we started this process a few years ago, our team was brand new and the district hadn't worked the muscles to support school closures and mergers for a few years. Next slide. Every impacted school community receives dedicated staffing, funding, and hands-on support to navigate change. A dedicated capital planning senior project manager is assigned to each school, ensuring that all supports are coordinated and executed on, and to serve as a direct support to the school. Students, families, school leaders, and staff each receive resources designed for their specific transition needs. That could mean sessions and follow-up calls from Welcome Services to support families to help families understand the transfer process, or providing a teach-in day so educators can display their skills for our school leaders and prospective new homes, stipended school-based coordinators and mentorships to principals from our schools division, ensuring schools have the bandwidth and expertise needed to focus on students throughout the transition. Continuity for students is a top priority. Individualized planning ensures students, especially those with IEPs, experience smooth transitions with uninterrupted services and personalized placement support. The CLAP and Winthrop are investing in building one school community before the first day of school. The CLAP and Winthrop design team, made up of educators, staff, and families from both schools, have dedicated more than 200 hours of joint planning time to ensure students walk into a cohesive, welcoming school community on day one this fall. Families and students have been core to the transition year. Leader Emma Fielka Feldman has sent monthly communications to families enrolled in the Frederick Elementary, including families from the Dever, and joint community building events like the Potluck and International Day of Play. This summer, Frederick families are invited to free read-alouds in the community to listen to stories that celebrate themes that are important to their school. Thanks to the thoughtful work of the school communities, the Frederick will be a unified school community on day one. Second, we're honoring each school's legacy. At the Dever, a partnership with UMass Boston preserved the school's history through a digital archive of stories, photos, videos, and artifacts that Dever families, students, staff, current and former, developed together at a community celebration, ensuring the school's impact and memory can be accessible for generations. As Dr. Wright noted, Lyon alumni families and staff came together for a beautiful celebration of the school's lasting contributions and lives it shaped. These legacy efforts recognize each school's unique and important history and identify and provide a sense of closure to communities. Dr.
I want to acknowledge the thoughtful leadership of the school staffs, inclusive of our educators and our school leaders. While this work can be challenging, in many ways, it has brought us together as a larger BPS community. We appreciate every one of our school communities for showing up and ensuring our students and families have great school experiences. Thank you.
This work is challenging, but it's necessary to strengthen our district. We will be coming back to you in the fall with updated long-term enrollment projections and additional recommendation for a fourth cycle of the long-term facilities plan implementation. As this committee knows, we are anticipating further enrollment decline based largely on two factors: lower birth rates resulting in smaller cohorts of students aging through the district, and fewer newcomers arriving to our district due to the impact of federal immigration policies. These realities impact the future enrollment of BPS, impacting how utilized schools are. And if a school is underutilized, it means it is under-resourced and we are not able to offer the programming we know our students deserve. We are currently analyzing these enrollment dynamics and projections and will follow up in the fall as part of our Cycle 4 recommendations. We will continue to support our students, family, and staff through this process and hope to improve every single year. Now we are happy to take questions.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the community committee. Ms. Torres.
Yes. I want to thank Della Verne and Dr. Wright for the presentation. And I have a question on, I know that you talked about many of the students getting their assigned, like 90% got their first place, second choice, 76 got their whatever they want. What happens to the kids that don't get that choice of school? Who is supporting them and the families to be able to find the right school for them?
Through the assignment process, the Welcome Services team, capital planning, and the schools team work together with all families throughout the process. The work looks like we survey families that would like to transition. We call families. We set up welcome days at schools where families attend. We also work with students one-on-one for even if a family do not respond to a call or a survey, we work with students through the registration process, and we email. We do a lot of different sort of like one-on-one outreach with families to work with them through the process. For students who there's different factors that we look at as to why a student may not get accepted to their first or second choice through the process. As I shared, the data is a lot of preliminary data. I can give like some examples, like some students when they ranked their choice, they ranked exam schools. Mm-hmm. And they rank exam schools as their top choices, and they were then assigned to a lower ranked choice school that was not an exam school on the enrollment sheet, or some students only ranked an exam school and shared that like if I do not get into that exam school or the school that I rank, I would like to return to my the school that I'm currently assigned to until it's closed. So that's why like the data is a little bit rough, and we need to continue to like work through that data. I think in the fall when we have the full data, this would look a lot different.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Alkins?
Yeah, so sort of following up on that, I imagine we're also keeping track of those students who might decide to leave the district for any reason. So that's just one point. And then I think my second question is sort of around particularly like our students with disabilities. I'm thinking about those who might need additional supports for transportation, things like that. How are like how are we continuing to just accommodate them?
Um, Thank you for that question. So our students with disabilities, our special education team and the Welcome Services team, along with the capital planning senior project manager, have worked one-on-one with our special education families to support them through transition to make sure that students are transitioning to a school that can provide all of the services that student needs. And after the special education team and assignment team work through that assignment process one-on-one, like I know after announcements, like the ADs for each of the schools called families. Families came in to some of the assignment days that we had at schools and or came in to one-on-one session with the assistant director and the special education team to support them through transition. Um, after students are After families have accepted a seat at a school, that data goes over to like our transportation team. Our transportation team like route students for the upcoming school year. So the special education families get some of the same one-on-one supports that are just like our general education families get. The team that supports them though is the special education team and the welcome services team to make sure that they're assigned.
Vice Chair Scarrett?
Thank you. I think maybe just starting, appreciate Chief Stanislaus and Dr. Wright, the presentation. The slide where we were kind of looking at the years to date over the course of the plan through this school year that had kind of like the color-coded chart there. From what we're understanding from this presentation is that in the fall, we would receive kind of the next iteration of proposed changes that would affect the 27-28 school year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with the 2030 projection of the number of schools, understanding the number of times it's even come up this evening with declining enrollment, are we still imagining that as the number of schools in 2030?
Thank you for that question. We're working really closely with our planning and analysis team right now on long-term projections. We're doing some more scenario planning. So right now, our number is still 95. That can change as we're looking at longer term projection based on, as I shared earlier, as we're looking at the federal immigration policies, and we're looking at the number of students that are rolling up through the BPS system, like based on like birth rates, etc. So that number can change. We will have better, like not better, but longer, will a revised long-term projections later in the fall that we would share.
So by the next report with proposed changes for the 27-28 school year, we would also receive, if the number has changed, a projected number of schools for 2030 for the district.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Thinking about upcoming updates around academic outcomes for students who've been affected by mergers and closures, how are you imagining sharing that data in terms of how we evaluate those students' academic performance? Are we comparing it to their performance at their previous schools? Are we looking at it relative to their peers? Are we looking at their growth rates? Just curious how to contextualize student outcomes for this group of students.
Yeah, I think. Oh, go ahead, Superintendent.
Okay, yeah, I'll just jump in for a second. I think we're actually working to think through this because it is complex. And at the high school level, it's not like the elementaries where you have a year to year that you can actually look grade by grade. At the high schools, there's MCAS, which is at a definitive grade. There is MAP, which we could potentially look to. There's also like more long range outcome like participation in APs and access to APs that the kids may not have had, or early college or CTE. And so I think what we're sort of looking at is it's going to probably require tracing the individual students, because most of, at least so far, most of these schools have been fairly small. And so in terms of the cohort number of kids that go, you couldn't really establish a pattern to say. But I do think it is something we're talking about on the academic side with certainly looking at the individual kids' pattern. We're really focused on in the high quality seatage of access. So, what do students have access to now that they didn't before? Either because of scale of economy within the school. So that could range anything from athletics and arts and music, in extracurriculars to academic offerings with rigor. Not yet at the actual quantitative like testing component. But it is one of the main things that we're trying to figure out what is that right set of data to track, as the students roll up.
Yeah, and I think I'm sorry, Dr. Wright, did you want to add on or?
No, I think the superintendent covered it.
Okay, thank you. I think too, Superintendent, as we're thinking about, and I know one of the slides spoke to this too, the additional programming that might be available to a student entering a different school, leaving a school that's been merged or more likely closed. I think it just goes back to something I've definitely been feeling in terms of even the name of this plan being the long-term facilities plan. I think that it does involve so much more than building quality. And I think that framing it as that can sometimes fixate people on the building quality over the larger school quality framework that you all alluded to today and spoke about today, which is, of course, what we want as many of our students or all of our students to be in, robust programs. And so it's just something that's kind of sticking with me. By a similar note, it's also helpful to hear what students are choosing who are in this most recent cohort of announced schools. And it does look like many students are opting for transfer before it's actually required, which is understandable. Thinking about what makes a robust school experience, I'm just wondering what that means for students who choose to stay. We're talking about already very small schools, and then we're looking at 50% of the students in a grade leaving, what that means for programming, staffing. It may be early to say, but I'm just wondering if you have any early thoughts on that.
Yeah, I could also jump in here. I think Excel is a really good example of sort of having a small cohort of students remain at the home school. Based on the conversations that I had with the school leader there, they were positioned to actually provide really targeted supports to each student that really ensured that they were super successful this year. So I think that's one thing I would just like quickly respond to. Superintendent Dale, I'm not sure if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think so much, at the high school level, as like depends on where where kids are socially, where if they're all going together someplace, if they're, if they really wanted a particular like extracurricular and didn't get it, or sport and didn't get it because that school didn't have it. They may not want to be left behind if they see like a bunch of their friends are transferring. I think there's just so many things that like so much complexity that goes into why kids are choosing what they're choosing, right? I do think we are seeing some pattern though, right, of like students picking particular uh, groups of schools. Like we are seeing some trend with that. And so that would suggest that kids are talking to each other and saying, where are you going? Let's maybe go together. Because we know,
Sure.
right? Because we know how much the high school kid has say in this, right? But
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I think all of those reasons make a lot of sense. I think my question was just more focused on students who do not opt to leave and are left as a very small member of a sophomore class, for example. What is that experience like? I appreciate Dr. Wright's point around opportunities for targeted interventions. I believe there's a BPS commitment to staffing there, regardless of the class size. But I was just trying to imagine what that experience is at, for example, an ACC that's already quite a small school, and we're looking at data that many of their underclassmen are opting to leave. What does that create for the school experience there?
I think the schools are trying to cohort the kids, so they create multi-grade cohort, which as you know, at the high school level exists, like beyond the ninth grade, where you try to kind of keep it pure. 10th, 11th can blend. And so I think there's a lot of that's happening. It's just hard when you get down to it's like one or two kids.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's where it really does, it become. And I think, we're learning in this too to maybe say to parents, like, if it goes below this level, we're going to then ask the grade to, I think that's like another thing. It's varying, like honoring choice in the process and respecting that, and also thinking about how can you actually create a robust experience for the kids, right? So there's that trade-off. Sorry, I thought you were asking something else before.
No worries. I just had one more question. I guess a little bit more of a comment, because I know that this is just, such a challenging process for the most directly affected students and caregivers. And I know that when, folks hear about a plan that has a goal towards 2030 and we're getting the information kind of year over year, it can feel frustrating to not have the full picture. I just do want to express that I do support the 18-month window of notification. I think it is very on par with national trends of what urban districts are facing in terms of school announcements. Many are doing much shorter notice. I think obviously people want to be able to plan ahead. It's completely understandable. And the reality is that we wouldn't be able to report such high numbers of impacted students getting their first and second choices if we were making announcements 4 years ahead of time. It would flood the school choice system. It's just not practical, as much as it is very sensible that people want the full picture. So I did just want to express that. And also acknowledge that the last round of school announcements, we heard from very passionate staff members how difficult it was to hear the announcement at the same time that families received the communication. And I think it's another example of something that is quite challenging, and that there are very clear reasons why information has to be shared fairly simultaneously, unless you want the information to be heard from families by other means, et cetera. Like there's just not really a practical way to let one group of individuals know about a school closing and then wait several days, or I just want to encourage the district to express some of the thinking behind those decisions. It doesn't mean that everyone will agree with them or that they're not difficult, but I think just the more in this round that we can acknowledge what we heard from people in past rounds, and even if they're not going to be changed, to really just try to help people understand the complexities of these processes and that their concerns are being heard would be important. Sorry, I'm over time.
Thank you. We have Dr. Alkins.
I think Franklin was first, so
It really doesn't matter. It's the way it shows up on my screens.
go go ahead, Franklin.
Yeah, go ahead. Either one.
What if we decide not to talk? No, just kidding. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for fulfilling the promise that we made to these school communities to not abandon them. Before I joined the committee, there was so many frustration in the communities about feeling abandoned in this process, and seeing the data that you are presenting is telling me that we are doing what we said we were going to do, which was to work with these communities to find them new homes. I have two questions. One is, what are you doing to avoid that some students experience multiple mergers and closure during their time with BPS?
Thank you for that question, Member Peralta. So as a team, we are monitoring where students are enrolling and working to ensure that students are not impacted by multiple closure. It's so just being transparent with the trying to solve for multiple things here when we're not doing the rip off the Band-Aid process. I think Member Skerritt, one of the things that Member Skerritt just shared, we wanted to ensure that students are getting access to higher quality in a system like BPS as we're investing in school facilities, building new schools, renovating schools, working on special education programming, and also doing school closures at the same time. As we're running all of these processes in parallel, as we're making closure announcements, we're working one-on-one process with students is as part of that process is trying to support students through their enrollment process and through enrollment rounds, that families are making choices that will not impact students in future closures. Unfortunately, this system is also a choice system, so families have choice and pick schools for different reasons, right? So it's not 100% like fully proof system where a family may not be impacted by a closure twice. We have worked with some of those families, spoken to some of those families, and had to work with some families through that process again. But as much as we can, that one-on-one supports walking families through the process and through the choice process, trying to support them through that process helps or bars students from being affected by multiple closures, but it's not a fully proof systems where we can avoid that from happening again.
Thank you. My other question is, if I understand well, you will be back in the fall to present to us a recommendation to close X number of schools. We all know there is not an easy way to close a school and to dismantle a school community. And what Member Skerritt was saying about how we communicate the news to the families, to the staff. I remember families saying, I learned that my school is going to be closed on the media. What are you planning to do this time around to communicate the suggestions that you are going to bring to us in the fall? to the school communities that are going to be affected?
Um, we've heard families, staff, school leaders' feedback, and we just like as a district, we're going to continue to work on improving our engagement with our families and staff. These are some of the things that we are currently working internally on right now. Um, trying to engage families and staff like a little bit earlier through the process. Um, I- the one of the thing that like member Scarrett just shared on the how we announce things like staff learning about like announcements like at the same time that families are learning about announcements. I think that that one is a little bit difficult because families and students are a part of the school communities, but I think as a team we can revisit some of that feedback. We can work with it. One of the things that we're doing is planning to work with like administrative teams at schools to figure out how to best engage their communities through some of these processes. We've met with like, for example, we've met with like um, just like elementary school, like all of the elementary like school leaders, just to get feedback, right, on the process, what they've seen happening, for them to share um, from their like lens, like what they've seen, how they're understanding the process, what we as a team can do differently, and taking their feedback into account as we refine, I should say, our engagement process. I think we're taking a lot of that into account, and I think that and I know that we are going to implement some changes this summer and going into the fall.
Thank you.
Dr. Elkins?
Yes, and I mean, I think to thank you to both Franklin and Vice Chair Scarrett. And so my earlier question was more so like in relation to the academic like outcomes or how we are going to consistently monitor that, because I think it does feed into this larger conversation. So if we're telling families that we are moving them right to better quality schools, that also implies that we're talking about not just, like the building, but the academic programming that's in there. And so um the I mean, I think the quiet part, said out loud, is needing to have these, which are very sensitive, but very transparent conversations around, are all school communities serving the students the way that they need to be? Um, and that's hard to say it without making it seem like you're damaging a school's reputation, or that you're calling out their staff, or that you're not also acknowledging funding disparities, or you're not acknowledging all of the nuance to it, but that's part of the conversation. And it still needs to be had, I feel. And, um, because that speaks to the transparency of why families felt like they're only involved in the implementation and not necessarily the planning around it, or even the brainstorming around what are the alternatives that we could explore beyond closure, right? And a lot of the conversations that I attended, the folks who did speak to me felt like they just didn't have that. They didn't have that explanation from the district to even say, like, we suggested this, like, why isn't this a good idea? Like, going through the rationale of like why those things maybe are not on the table is also helpful for them to do. Um, and so I feel like I can say all that and at the same time think, also commend, you know, you and your staff for being in the fire, like with this for sure. Um, but that was more of a that was a comment. Actually, my question was actually in relation to one of the slides as we looked at the teachers and counselors impacted by the cycle 0 and 1 mergers. So of those who left BPS, do we have that data disaggregated by like race, ethnicity, just so that we're understanding like who were also are of the one who tend to be the teachers that are leaving our district? And
We will
Counselor,
have,
yeah.
yep. Thank you for that question, Member Alkins. We will have that data and actually more comprehensive data around staffing disaggregated this fall to share with the committee.
I have so many things on my mind about the questions because they're really good they're really good questions, and some of this is chicken and egg. It's I think about there has been a strong parallel with the schools that have been closed in particular. And when you look at sort of their academic performance across like the standard indicators, um, but one of the things that is also very strong is in general how under enrolled they are. And what I think you tend to see at least at the high school level is that under enrollment perpetuates students ending up at that school who aren't choosing it and they're placed there, and they tend to be students that need a very high level of support, and it becomes sort of a cyclic thing where that school then on testing data goes low, on chronic absenteeism goes low. And by the time we're identifying it really like in the data of the long-term facilities, the academic piece is underlying it all, but what's really underpinning it is some of the other things, right? Like why kids aren't picking it. Maybe because of, it not having the breadth of things that they want, or the sports teams that they want at the high school level, or some of the academic stuff, or, whatever it is. So it really becomes it has just been that a lot of the high school stuff has been in the performance issue that is there. I think the elementaries it's a little different. It also has to do with how many elementaries are in an area. Is it saturated? Like there's just other charters in that area. So you're asking all really good questions. It's just explaining it and like getting at it. There's some other things I think that we need to sort of look at and unearth. And I also think that when we show the academic data in the meetings to parents, they're often very surprised at that data, which also tells me that we have a better job to do as a district in helping our parents become familiar and aware of what they need to know in terms of demanding quality school. So it's a lot. I think, I mean, my wheels are turning, Dell. I'm sure yours and Simone's are, because these are the conversations that we have been having. And it's also true that, like, I don't think we will wait till 2030 to create an additional map of how many schools based on enrollment we think we are going to need to merge and or close. Like there's nothing magical about 2030 other than that's when the plan went to. I think Dell and her team are very much committed to looking at the data and making recommendations now out to 2032, 2033 as we start to kind of evolve to say what does the system size need to be. And so that I think is, I know Vice Chair has been asking like that question and those, and I think that's what we're hoping in the enrollment to look at. And we're also hoping that in 2028, that there are some things that happen federally that could actually help improve our enrollment, as had previously been the case. So we have to kind of ride a bit of a tension line with this, of which line A, B, or C of enrollment we're going to choose to kind of go with. So there's a lot more come fall that we'll have for you to be able to talk through. And I just want to commend like to the umpteenth, like Dell and her team because it isn't just standing in the fire, right? That has been super important, but it's also just been their like solid commitment to keeping kids at the center of this and making sure that we're making the best decisions for kids to get them from one scenario into a better scenario. And that just takes everything to do. And every time I talk to Dell and their team, that's where their mind is. So just shout out to you, Dell, for that, and to to your team for that. And now they have Dr. Wright as a strong ally in this work, which gives me even greater
Yeah.
confidence.
Thank you, Superintendent. What have we learned from the schools that are either in this process or have closed about what they wished could have happened in the beginning? What have we learned about how they would have wanted the announcements to made? What would have been the role of the educators or the school leader differently, or parents? Have we heard anything directly from them as recommendations moving forward?
I think as Dr. Alkins shared, we've heard a lot from schools and parents, staff and parents as wanting to be a part of the process, like engagement, a different engagement process. I think we heard a lot of like, we wish that this came as a recommendation where we can sit with like the leadership team to discuss different options. I think I heard that's the majority of the things around the engagement process I heard from schools. I think from students, high school students, we heard a lot around the 18-month timeline. A lot of the high school students were like, we want a high school, like a real high school experience. Our 9th and 10th graders, we heard a lot of that from them, and wanting to sort of like transfer. They've shared things around friendships, around prom, being able to just like the academic rigor, and then wanting to go off to like just like having like the opportunity to have just continuity in the academic journey, so that they can get accepted to like strong colleges and stuff like that. So there was a lot that came from high school students. From elementary school families, the need to just like stay the course like through the process, so that so students can remain with their peers, so they really love like the 18-month cycle. And as the data would show, like not much of our elementary school students or families have chosen like the transfer process. Yeah, I think that engagement, that's a lot of like the engagement with like our families and staff, and feedback from our high school students that I've heard.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the thing that most of us are concerned about as we get into the fall, and we know that there will be an announcement coming, how is it going to be different? How are we going to experience it differently? How are schools and the community going to experience it differently? What can we tell people about what will be different about the process? I mean, we have to acknowledge that no matter when you say it or do it, it will be difficult. But are there other things that we have learned over the last couple of cycles that we can confidently say to people, this will be different in these ways?
Yeah. Chief Stanislaus, can I jump in here?
Yep, you can jump in.
Yeah, Chair, I do want to acknowledge, I haven't been with the district through an actual announcement. But I've had extensive conversations with Chief Stanislaus and her team. And I would just want to acknowledge like the feedback that's been received. Like we've been thinking about it very extensively. How to mitigate surprises, help people understand the challenge. And I think honestly, the other piece of this is making sure we can answer the question around what the options are for students at the forefront. So I just like we hear you. I want to just acknowledge like we've been thinking very deeply about how to truly ensure there is a level of transparency in this process. So I just want to acknowledge that, Chair.
Thank you.
And on the engagement front, I think one of the areas that we've gotten positive feedback and something that we can mirror as we work through the next round of proposals is the CLAP and the Winthrop merger, like the Frederick Elementary School merger, how we engage those communities through the process. And that's something that we are looking at and planning to sort of like roll out through, as we're going into the next round of this process. You know, we engaged sort of like we engaged in conversations with school communities in a certain, like there was a list of criterias. We engaged like all of the school communities that met those criterias and worked with their staff through a process, staff and families through the process. As you shared, Chair, yes, I think that this process you'd get more families and staff that were like, yep, this process like worked in a positive way for us, but like all staff and all families was not happy throughout the process. So I think no matter what process we use when we talk about closing schools is going to be a difficult process for our families and staff. But as a team, we are currently like even up to today, we were sitting with the superintendent for a while, thinking about like how we engage with our school communities differently through this process. What does different look like for those school communities, revisiting all of like the school communities like experiences through this process and trying to nail down the how, the when, the what, the why. How does all of that look for our staff and our families going into the next round of proposals?
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your extremely hard and difficult work in this area. And we will look forward to your presenting again to us in the fall. So thank you very much. We will now return to public comment. Ms. Parvex?
There's no public comment on the report.
Thank you. Is there any new business?
Yes, my shout outs.
Okay, we'll let you do your shout outs, and then I know Dr. Alkins and also Mr. Peralta have raised their hands. So we'll get to your shout outs first.
Okay, so a shout out today goes, I had the opportunity to be part of cohort 24 for Boston Teacher Resident BTR, and on their first day of orientation. Today marked the start of a new chapter for them, one where passion meets purpose, and the incoming group of educators begin their journey into teaching and learning. And I want to thank the facilitators, Jesse, Tashina, Tamia, Emily, and Monique, the vision and care they put together for planning this orientation set the tone for everything ahead. And it was showed in the room where we were. The cohort reflects the very diversity that makes BPS strong. Different backgrounds, different pathway into education, and coming together around one shared commitment, the students and teaching. That was wonderful. So I also have my old shout outs. So I do want to talk about, I want to give a shout out to the CLAP and the Winthrop, because I did go to the to their it's a girls group that they had. So there were 4th and 5th grade girls from the CLAP and the Winthrop, and Chief Richard, the senior project manager on the capital planning team who is supporting with the merger. He was part of the whole thing. A shout out to the 2 family liaison, Miss D and Miss P, and from the CLAP, and Miss Adeline from the Winthrop, supporting students with following expectation. The best part of the whole thing was the fourth and the fifth grade girls. They worked with Ivana Solano from Love Your Magic program. Ivana guided the students to think about what would make their school the best and what do they bring to the school as students. And these are only fourth and fifth grade students. The girls began conversation by saying, I want my school to feel like everybody belongs. We will support everyone by respecting and acknowledging every culture, being kind, and most important, being inclusive, so everyone can find a sense of belonging. That is like amazing from fourth grader. And another shout out to a new family liaison from the Dali Street Neighborhood Charter School. I went to the moving up fifth grade ceremony, and I never met her, so I introduced myself, and we talked about the families in the family survey that we talked about, and she kind of pumped up the families and the year family survey. 85% of the family did the final school year survey. So shout out to her. And also, what else do I have? I have a shout out to the Curtis Guile Elementary in East Boston. The planning team meeting a focus on curriculum and how to best use their resources in their professional development time to understand how to put in place strategies for all students to have the opportunity to learn and feel accomplished. So I had the opportunity to see a third grade Mr. Wheels class, all second language learners learning vowel teams. I don't know if anybody comes across vowel teams, the 7 different ways to spell the long A sound. So they talked about the different ways to do it and talk about English, learning a new language. And they were all second language learners. So they did a great job about doing that. In kindergarten, they were like lining up and walking in a straight line like they were told. And they were so like straight and happy to be doing that. So those are my shout outs for today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very nice. Dr. Alkins.
Yes, I'm not sure if we did this at the top of the meeting. I was a little late there, but certainly just sending prayers of comfort and recovery for Councilor Mejia. Got notification earlier, just around what happened at a council meeting, and I know that she's been a partner in this work at the city level, and always advocating for our students that that they're receiving the best that they can get, and that we're doing our best. So just prayers and well wishes for her recovery.
Thank you. Mr. Peralta?
Thank you. Sorry, Stephen, I haven't read any news, but I'll try to inform myself. I just want to bring back a suggestion that I made a couple months ago when we were talking about the math score and how it will be a good thing for families to receive a formal communication from the school, from the high school, about the informing us about our high schoolers, where do they stand at the end of the year regarding the credits with the math score. For example, my daughter, she just finished her freshman year. I would love, I don't know if there's a place that I can go and look for this information, but I would love to receive a letter saying, out of the 22 credits that she needs to graduate with math score, she already got 4 this year, or 6 or 3, and there are If she got 4, there are 18 months to go. Again, I don't think that's too hard for the district to do, but it will have huge impact on the engagement that we are looking from the families in the education of their kids. And especially, it won't take anybody by surprise if by the senior year, their student is missing half the credits.
Yeah, so this we absolutely appreciated the recommendation, Member Peralta, and in the fall, parents will get notified once we process all the credits from summer school and we kind of go through that cycle. August graduation happens, so it'll be in the fall, but we will go all the way back in the high school career, right? So we're not going to wait until the senior year for it. So that was a big piece of getting the system set up this year. So it's a terrific suggestion, and you as a parent will receive something in the fall.
Excellent. I'm very happy to hear that.
It's great.
Thank you.
Okay, if that is everything, that concludes our business for this evening. Our next meeting will take place on Zoom on Wednesday, August 5th at 5:30 p.m. There's nothing further. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Pavix, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta,
Not sure. No, yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes, good night.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes, and good night.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
and Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you.